Live chat. Okay, this should be good. There's like a major delay. Okay, I think I'm live. Sorry guys, I know I'm late. The cats are going absolutely bonkers out there, and I know at some point they're going to be at the door, so then I'm going to lock them in the bedroom. Eddie's in the garage doing a bunch of stuff. And my dog didn't want to come in either, so she may also come to the door at some point in time. All right, well, it's definitely going to be an... Oh, there, I just went live. It, like, starts off in the middle of what I was saying. Okay, well, anyway, I was saying, sorry, I'm late. The cats are going insane. And, oh, you did hear it. All right, well, it took a while to get onto my phone. But anyway, the animals are all going bonkers, and I guarantee you somebody's going to come to the door at some point. Hi, Millie. This is definitely going to be a long video. I had, like, all this stuff planned to, like, you know, talk about the moon, which is a fucking fabulous moon, you guys. Like, this moon is so beautiful. Like, if you are not one to, like, make a big deal of every lunation and, like, set intentions and manifest, I would definitely use this one. It's a beautiful moon. It's a beautiful moon. So we were going to talk about the lunation. We were going to talk about comets, and we still are. I wanted to dive, like, deeper into all of these crazy historical connections to comets, and I'll read some out of this book. But then I fell in a very unexpected rabbit hole, and I have not gotten to the bottom of it yet, but I have uncovered some things, and yet again, things are not as they seem in the astrological community, and people just regurgitate stuff without actually checking its accuracy, and it just reiterates my belief that most astrological blogs are not written by people who actually did that research themselves. They are just regurgitating other people's stuff, and that is how things get twisted, and that is how things get confused. So we're going to dive in. I have yet to get to the bottom of this rabbit hole. I'm hoping that some of you astrologically inclined folks out there can help me. After I'm done with this video, I'm going to look for a book on this subject. But anyway, I'm rambling. Let me go ahead and share my screen. You guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves in the chat if you want. Grab your natal charts. Okay, this has an error. Maybe that's why it was late. Do I sound okay, you guys? It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, yada, 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 about a widget. I know that the Dark Journalist has been having issues with his streams lately too, so I don't know. I don't want to open this widget, though. I'm just going to ignore it and hope for the best. All right. So, you guys know I always like to put so much stuff in the thumbnail. I do want to. Hi, Amanda. Oh, my God, Amanda. Our conversation the other day about hypothetical points, like, the synchronistic timing of that is just mind-blowing to me right now. Okay, so here is our thumbnail. This is, of course, an Aquarius new moon, which, like I said before, is beautifully aspected to really, like, ignite massive expansion and massive growth over the next 6 months, because it's a new moon, so it initiates something that's going to build over the next 6 months, but particularly like a quantum leap type of energy over the next 3 months, because the day after this new moon, Uranus, one of the co-rulers of Aquarius, co-ruling with Saturn, will be stationing direct, meaning all planets will finally be direct, with Mars and Mercury and Uranus all stationing direct around the time of this lunation, really giving us this, like, forward motion, this I'm just calling it like a quantum leap of growth over the next 3 months, when we'll have another Mercury retrograde at the end of April. So that'll be where we start to like go inward and start to reassess and reconfigure. But until then, it's going to be like a go, 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 growth, growth, growth. And this new moon is like I said, beautifully aspected, to really help initiate that, to really help us to make a vision for what it is we want to grow personally over the next couple of months. This is where we can really exert our will upon the situation to really manifest what it is we want. But the lunation is sitting in a square to the nodes, so that which we're manifesting, which we think is what we want, is also simultaneously being guided by our fate and our destiny. It's a beautiful moon, and I'm really excited to talk about it. We haven't really felt anything like this in so long. Like, we've had nicely aspected moons that were aspected in such a way that could really bring a lot of like deep internal healing, which is, not always fun to go through, and like process a lot of like unconscious and subconscious aspects of the self, and like really quantum leap in our like inner journey, in our inner expansion, in our like traversing of the inner parts of our psyche to like understand why it is that we are the way that we are and why the world is the way that it is, type of a thing. We've had a lot of those, but we've also had a lot of stressful aspects and retrogrades and things that were just really not getting the momentum going. This moon kicks it off, and then we really, really, really feel a huge another shift in March. Hi, Christopher. He says he's on the East Coast, so he's usually never up, but he's here. Amanda says, I'm so excited. I need some of this direct action. Dude, fucking me too. Like, so bad. Okay, we'll talk about this in a second, but I want to touch on these images that I chose here. This is an image of the really lamely named comet that we will be able to see. We can actually see it now with binoculars. It has a couple different names. Sometimes it's called E3. Sometimes it's called Comet 2022. I don't know why, because it was discovered in 2022, but we see it in 2023. And it has a couple other like lame number names, but it itself is a super rare occurrence, this comet that we will supposedly be able to see with the naked eye. We can't see it yet. It will be actually the night of the new moon, which would be the best time to view it. It'll be the brightest in the sky on February 2nd. We're going to talk about this with some slides. It'll be the brightest in the sky on February 2nd. But the moon will be too bright. So the best night to try to see it is actually the night of the new moon. We've really been feeling this energy since June as it made its trek towards the closest part of its orbit to the sun, which was on January 12th. And now it is kind of coming back around and coming to its closest part of its orbit to Earth. So it is in such a configuration for us to be able to see something that we have not seen in over 50,000 years. The last time this comet came by, it's on like a massive elliptical orbit. The last time it came by was 50,000 years ago, which all of the mainstream articles say is like, oh, this was Neanderthal time. And I have a couple of their quotes that we'll read. This was back with Neanderthals. They were using stone tools. It was caveman and such and such. And those of us in the forbidden archaeological research realm, we know, in the occult realm, we know that was the time of the last ice age and the time of whatever the pre-Diluvian world whatever you want to call it. You know, the catch-all term is kind of Atlantis, but there were cultures all that spanned all over the globe. And at the time of the ending of the last ice age, when we had the flood, that civilization came to an end. And we're going to talk about how comets are these omens for massive change. And we're going to read a little bit about why perhaps that may be. And talk about some major historical connections from like noble births to wars. Apparently they're like hella connected to like pretty much every single fucking war. It's crazy. And huge weather changes, floods, and whatnot. So we're going to talk a lot about comets as we go. It's going to be a long video, you guys. I have like a lot of shit that I have uncovered about a lot of different topics that I want to info dump on y'all. So stay as long as you'd like. We'll cover the basics in the beginning. All right. Just Aquarius. This moon falls in opposition to Black Moon Lilith, which is a point that, many of us are familiar with, but after today, you will question everything you thought you knew about motherfucking Black Moon Lilith and a whole bunch of other things. And it's conjunct so Black Moon Lilith is considered the apogee of the moon, the farthest point in the moon's orbit around the Earth, on this like elliptical path, like the farthest it gets from the Earth. That's Black Moon Lilith, associated with the apogee. I, up until today, was under the impression that opposite Black Moon Lilith was White Moon Celine, which represents the opposite of Lilith, and that's the perigee of the moon, the closest point to the moon's orbit. Well, I dove into that theory today and uncovered a whole bunch of more complicatedness. So we're gonna cover that, but we're gonna talk about this dynamic of opposition and the fucking union that can occur. A union that I believe the possibility of they have purposefully hid from us, or maybe it's just people being ignorant and repeating stuff they don't actually understand over and over and over again on the internet, so people could just take things as fact, or the possibility of union, which they make it seem like, we'll get into it. Anyway, we're going to talk about this a lot. And this is just a picture of, the future. I wrote here, what the future, WTF, what the future, which is something that I think we all should ask ourselves at this time. This is a beautiful time to envision the future that humanity is building. The WEF, the World Economic Forum, is very much meeting right now in Davos, Switzerland, with all of the powers that want to be, and they are very much vocalizing out loud through speeches and meetings and workshops and whatever the fuck else they do when the sun goes down. They're very much getting together like Aquarius does. Aquarius governs the collective consciousness, manifesting as a group psyche. And they're very much getting together to envision the future, which is something that we need to do at this time as well. Aquarius I've talked about before, Aquarius is a Saturn-ruled sign, like Capricorn. Like, Capricorn governs the systems of order, the systems of government, of hierarchy. And a lot of people think of, the age of Aquarius as, this fucking new age, golden age, kind of hippie dream, right? And I guess it has some aspects of that, but Aquarius is literally the new world order. Aquarius literally governs the new order. Like, it is where we build the future, whatever that may be. And so this is a time for us to really manifest and envision in our mind and out our mouths and through perhaps writing or intention setting what it is that we want for the future, for ourselves, for the collective. And this is just, you know, a lot of sci-fi art and, you know, UFO imagery is very dystopian and like highly technological. You know, you don't see any fucking trees in a lot of sci-fi movies or depictions. You don't see, you know, a family. You see a lot of like chaos and destruction alongside high technological advancements. And what I love here is that you see like the rooting of the old world, like the good parts of the old world, and then of course this like advancement of technology. And of course, in my vision, this flying car, or perhaps it can go into space, a UFO or whatnot, is definitely running off of some sort of holistic, like Tesla technology that works in tandem with, you know, the natural rhythms of nature, as opposed to this like inorganic frequencies that we're being bombarded with. So anyway, that's why I put that picture there, because I think it's a pretty vision of the future, which, you know, it's also kind of illusionary. But I hope that we can find a balance between our technological advancements and our humanity, and that we don't lose one in the process. All right, we are going to talk about, of course, the comet, and it's how it is an omen of change, but like what kind of change. And right now we have a lot of fucking say in what kind of change that can be, because this moon is very positively aspected for the self, the individual, to exert its will upon the collective situation and envision where we are headed. And it's beautifully aspected in order to make that happen, which is why one of the reasons why I believe they all chose to meet right now. Also, it just so happens to coincide with the Pluto return of the Bavarian Illuminati, but we've already talked about that. Okay. We're going to dive into a bunch of books. I have like a lot of books, you guys. I can't fucking read all these books, but I like to use them all. And I do a lot of Biblionancy, which is divining through books. You know, I center myself, I do my whole little freaking breathing and centering and grounding and whatnot. And, you know, I open the page to one page and I read that kind of like I would like a tarot card, right? And so I did that with a couple of books. You know, I picked up an Atlantis book. It's called this Encyclopedia of Atlantis, and it reads like a dictionary, like it's, you know, alphabetical. I picked it up when when the asteroid Atlantis conjuncted Saturn, and I haven't even flipped through it. I got it at the library for like a quarter. And right now, the planet Neptune, so like Saturn gives like structure to stuff, right? It would literally govern like a physical book compiled together of all this information. And right now, Neptune, the planet of like psychic senses and divination, is conjunct that same asteroid, the asteroid Atlantis. In Pisces, the realm of magic and divination and the working with the unconscious aspects of our reality. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to pick that book up and I'm going to, you know, flip to a page. And I did, and it blew my mind. And so I picked up a couple more books that were like in alignment with the archetypal energy of this lunation. And so we're going to read some stuff, and we're going to, hopefully I'll blow your mind, because it definitely blew mine. And yeah, we'll talk about the rest when we go on. All right, so make sure you guys have your natal chart. Millie says that the moon won't be this close to us again for another 345 years. I did not know that. That's fucking cool. Yeah, it's right on the point that is the closest to Earth. We're going to talk about that here. I have a bunch of like graphs and stuff, but I didn't know that it won't be this close again for another 345 years. That point has like 8 or 7 year orbit. So that's pretty cool because I know I did a lot of reading today. I know that it like wobbles and it changes throughout time, and these mathematical points are like impossible to calculate. There's why there's so many of them and nobody can really agree on anything apparently. All right, guys. So this is where you get your natal chart and we pinpoint some places in it. If you are new, make sure that you go to the post over on Patreon and like scroll through and read it. There's a couple of different resources as to where you can get your charts. We're going to look at charts here several different places, including the Luna software, which my affiliate link is available if you guys want to get that, and astro.com. We're going to look at both those places here tonight. But you want to look at your chart and you want to pinpoint where Aquarius is. You want to specifically look and see if you have any signs near 1 degree. The moon falls at 1 degree and 33. I'm sure they love that. 33 minutes of Aquarius. Conjunct Parapus, which we'll talk about him here in a second, but he is the perigee, which is the closest point of the moon's orbit to the sun, and it's sitting in opposition to black moon Lilith at 1 degree of Leo. So we're really feeling that axis highlighted, but it's highlighted by Lilith as opposed to the sun or the moon. Both the sun and moon are conjunct at the very beginning of Aquarius in tropical astrology. You want to look and see if you have any planets near the beginning degrees of the fixed signs. So that is, of course, Aquarius in Leo. If it's in Aquarius, it'll be conjunct this moon, really channeling that energy into your reality. If that planet in your chart is in opposition in Leo, then that is really seeking balance and integration, and it is somewhat of a tension that is going to require you to seek an equilibrium of some sort. And then if you have any planets in the other 2 fixed signs, this is why I was in a fucking rabbit hole all day, is because this sits in a square to my Scorpio, Mercury, Pluto conjunction in the 3rd house. And that's why I was like, there's a fucking mystery here. I am going to solve it. This shit's not adding up. And, you know, I was still in the rabbit hole when it came time to come to the video. But I will let you guys know when I figure out the fucking answers to this. But the other 2 fixed signs are Scorpio and Taurus. So if you have any planets near 1 degree of Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, or Leo, you want to look and see what house that is. Those planets are very strongly aspected at this time. You can look and see if you have any planets near 1 degree of any of the other air signs. So if you have any planets near 1 degree of Gemini or Libra, those happen to be in a trine to this moon. So they're really harmoniously aspecting this moon. That archetype is really free-flowing and coming to lend like beneficial, harmonious aid to the manifestations and the things that you set into motion at this time. If you have anything near 1 degree of Scorpio or Taurus, those are sitting in a square. So those are those 90-degree aspects that manifest things into reality. That square for me was happening in the realm of my mind, my analytical, questioning mind. It's in Scorpio, so it's that like penetrating detective that's going to get to the bottom of the fuckery. And so I had this sort of like square happening. Squares brings some sort of conflict. This was like a conflict of like, what is fucking true? That force action, which you'll see the action that I took, to find a balance, to rectify whatever has come to light. So it's not necessarily bad, but it definitely speaks a lot more to the energy of action. Okay. Yes, I know, Amanda, your Aquarius moon. Oh, I don't know a lot of Aquarius. I only know a couple of you, but like I always know about your fucking moon. Anytime there's an Aquarius thing, I'm always like, it's hitting her moon. 5 degrees, and your Saturn is in Aquarius at 1 degree. Creative mystic, does the sun count? What do you mean by that? If you have your sun there, then absolutely that very much counts. Christopher says Luna is great. He has his north node at 4 degrees of Aquarius. Oh my God, please make sure you are setting massive intentions in this time. That north node is that fated karmic path you are literally meant here to embody. It's your mission, bro. Like, what house is that in? Squaring natal Lilith. This is my Lilith return. So another reason why I dove into this, because it's my natal Lilith sign. Moon, Jupiter, Mars. Oh, wow. Oh, so this is very strongly aspecting a lot of different things in your chart. You have your sun in Scorpio at 1 degree. Your sun is sitting in a square to this lunation, very strongly aspected. So I would take into strong account whatever house Aquarius falls in for you, and also whatever house Scorpio falls in for you, in addition to whatever house Leo falls into for you, because you are experiencing a T-square there, unless you have anything over in Taurus, and then it would be a Grand Cross. And so it really is this like tension that is seeking balance through action. Okay? All right. Let's talk about Aquarius before we go a whole bunch of other places. If you were like, oh man, I'm new, I'm an Aquarius, I was really hoping you were going to talk a lot more about Aquarius. You're in luck. I have in the past. There are several videos available here on Patreon that are unlocked for you, where I have dove into Aquarius from a plethora of different angles, as this like vision of utopia and dystopia, as the hero that returns after his hero's journey to the collective with the wisdom that it obtained through its spiritual journey. Has a lot to do with Prometheus and that bringer of knowledge. I have dove into it a plethora of different ways. But we're going to go different places here tonight. Aquarius is one of the 4 fixed signs. It is the fixed air sign, so it is one of the masculine elements. Both air and fire are considered masculine, and water and earth are considered feminine, and it is the fixed air sign. The fixed signs, well, every sign is a paradox, and one of Aquarius's paradoxes is that it has its eyes on the future. It has like 1 foot in the present and like 1 foot in the future. And then because it's such an alien, it has multiple other feet and they're all in other dimensions. So like Aquarius has this energy of like the future and like pushing for it, but it's a fixed sign, and it's a Saturn ruled fixed sign, which doesn't necessarily like to change or take the action needed to manifest the brilliance that its mind, its Aquarian air mind, can think up. They can be very reserved and, strange to an extent, but very rooted in their ways and their current dynamic. And what is so beautiful about this moon is that it's aspected positively by both Mars, the planet of action, who just went direct, and Jupiter, the planet of growth and expansion, who just transited into Aries, the sign of the self, which also has a lot to do with like acting and initiating. And so it is such beautifully aspected to actually materialize the brilliance that Aquarius is, but its fixed nature keeps it from manifesting. I think a lot about this quote that I'm not going to get right and I'm going to butcher, and I honestly don't even know who he was talking to, but it's a Tesla quote, and it's like some other scientist shows Tesla his inventions, and Tesla is like, yo, bro, like told you, paraphrasing. He's like, yo, bro, those are like fucking really good, but I recommend that you lock them up for decades and decades. I think he said 100 years. Because humanity is just not ready for it yet. And I think Aquarius is that like energy that humanity is just not ready for. And so they like fear to manifest their brilliance because they fear that they're like so far ahead of their time that people just will not get it. And that's fucking true. Like people just will not get it. And so I think that's why they have this reserved energy about them. But right now, like everything is about to fucking change for all of your Aquarius placements. Not only is this moon fabulously aspected for this like 3-month quantum leap, this 6-month manifestation, but Pluto is about to move into Aquarius. Pluto, the planet of like death, transformation, alchemy, and rebirth into the motherfucking phoenix. Pluto is about to transit into Aquarius in March, right after the equinox, March 23rd, and it will be there until 2055. I did the math. It's like 32 years or something crazy like that. So whatever house we have that Aquarius rules, whatever placements we have there, are going to be completely alchemized, transformed, and reborn over the next several decades. So this is really that initiation of that, really preparing Aquarius for the huge changes and rebirth that are going to transpire that really allow it to manifest its fucking brilliance. And ideally, it's like higher octave. We've talked about before. We'll come back over here. We've talked about this before. I use this like every single time I do an Aquarius video because I think it's brilliant, and I think that it's not something that is talked about ever. I never hear people talk about this. We always see Aquarius with like one jug pouring water from it. But if we go back in time, there were always 2 vases of water and 2 streams of water being poured simultaneously. And I've talked before about how we need to navigate the middle of these streams and find that sort of like balanced middle path, right? But in the Egyptian zodiac, Aquarius carries 2 vases. This version merely affects the numerical symbolism. It affords clearer proof of the dual force of this symbol. Its active and passive aspects, which represent evolution and involution. It's the duality of the sign. All of these signs have a duality. So when people are like, oh, the age of Aquarius is this, it's like, okay, yeah, it's that, but it has to also be something else. It's polar fucking opposite, because these things, we still live in a realm of duality until we really start to merge with Pisces and the Akash. So it goes on to say, it's a duality which is of the essence in the important symbol of Gemini. We see the duality in all of the air signs, really. You know, Libra, we have the line at the bottom and the line at the top and the balancing, right? Gemini, we have the lines like this, the balancing of the consciousness, the 2 streams of consciousness. In Aquarius, we see it like this. All Eastern and Western traditions relate this archetype to the symbolic flood. Aquarius brings the apocalypse. Aquarius brings the end of the world. It signals the ending that is Pisces. It signals the dissolution into the whole that is Pisces. It represents the symbolic flood. All Eastern and Western traditions relate this archetype to the symbolic flood, which stands not only for the end of a formal universe, but also for the completion of any cycle by the destruction of the power which held its components together. So we go from Capricorn, which represents the system, the hierarchy, our governments, and I talk about that being like the old world order, right? And then we go into to Aquarius, which destroys the Capricornian systems to a certain extent through the electric, futuristic, awakening mind of Uranus. But it too is ruled by Saturn. And so it builds the new order, right? When this previous power ceases to function, the components return to the Akasha, the universal solvent, which is symbolized by Pisces. So eventually, regardless of whatever future is built, we all systems, all hierarchies, all structures eventually give way to this universal solvent, to this Akashic field that is Pisces, to this flood of the cosmic womb that ultimately Aquarius has 1 foot already in and is pouring the waters for us as a collective to step back into the spiritual dimension, right? But Aquarius has these 2 streams of consciousness, one of evolution of consciousness, evolution of the awakening, of knowledge, of a brotherhood of humanity through the advancement of our psychic senses naturally and a connection to the natural rhythms of nature and the cosmos and all that fucking jazz. And then an involution, because Aquarius simultaneously governs the advancement of technology and the brotherhood of humanity through a Borg sort of hive mind technological dystopian reality. And so these things are manifesting simultaneously. That's just how the realm of duality works. And moving into the age of Aquarius is moving us out of the age of Pisces, which is where we are swimming in this Akashic universal field, and it is splitting humanity because the ages move backwards. We're in Pisces right now and we're moving into Aries. And so we're moving from the one and humanity is splitting into 2 ultimately. And this is a really great lunation for setting intentions on how we as individuals plan to navigate that split that is, already occurring, Okay. So Aquarius is traditionally ruled by Saturn. And so it didn't even have the Uranian electric genius, innovative, futuristic aspects until 1788, I think it is. Somewhere around there. I think it's 1788 or 60 something or 90 something, the late 1700s, when the telescope was invented. And 1796, oh my God, maybe somebody can just Google it so my brain will stop trying to figure out the number. Yeah, catch up tomorrow, Amanda. It's going to be freaking long tomorrow, and then the moon's not until Saturday. So in the late 1700s, when we invented the telescope, when the human mind, the human Promethean, Aquarian, Uranian mind invented the technology of the telescope, we could then begin to see beyond the confines of Saturn. So Saturn was traditionally the ruler of Aquarius until then. Now it's a joint rulership between Saturn and Aquarius. Saturn is the farthest planet we can see with our eyes. Until the advent of the telescope and the discovery of Uranus, this is the farthest humanity thought it went. I don't think they really understood how far the planets were from each other, like in their order of their orbit. I see a lot of older occult books that have like the planets in the wrong order or whatever. But Saturn was the farthest planet that we could see with our eyes, and it governed this like 7-sphere realm and everything that we can see. And then once we discovered Uranus, we understood there's more beyond what we can see, and it started to plug us into other realms, other time-space continuums, other parallel interdimensional energies, and it started to push humanity forward. And now we know that beyond Uranus, this planet of electric awakening, we have Neptune, the planet of psychic senses. Beyond that, we have Pluto, that planet of like alchemy and the occult and the mysteries. Beyond that, we have fucking black holes. Like, we know so much more now. Humanity has expanded so far beyond that Saturnian influence, but it is still very much trying to, hold on, and we fucking need it. We need it to a certain extent because Saturn gives structure to the intangible realm, which Aquarius has 1 foot in. 1 foot, right? It's pouring the waters for Pisces. It is plugged into that realm. Traditionally, Aquarius governs the 11th house, so we're all kind of feeling this energy on a collective scale throughout Aquarius season. And then, unless you're an Aries rising, this is definitely going to fall in a different house for you. And so you're feeling kind of this energy merged with whatever house that may be. So Aquarius governs the 11th house, which is the house of hopes, of dreams, of goals, the collective. This is the house of friends, humanitarianism, the need to make contact with others, how one receives love. So I always forget to fix this typo. I do it every time. Social groups and mindsets, shared hopes and ideals, group activity, and money made from one's career. In the world, Aquarius governs all democratic institutions, parliaments, assemblies, local authorities, and so on. Any sort of like group of people getting together for the betterment of us all. So like even the whole WEF, Davos would fall in this category. These progressive ideologies and ideals that are usually collective in nature are like forced upon us all, It represents literally all little groups. And it also represents rebellion and revolution and freedom and the revolutionary overthrow of established order. Aquarius is the rebel. It also governs UFO, the studies of UFOs and high advanced technology. So we can expect there maybe to be some sort of, headlines in those realms over this time. I mean, we're already seeing all the Davos stuff, and this is the kind of shit they're fucking talking about. Okay, so some of the more positive manifestations of Aquarius is that they are extremely independent, even though they are, focused on the good of the whole. They like really have this humanitarian lens about them and this like care for humans, even though they fucking really don't like humans. They still fucking care about them and humanity, even though they're like, you low-key annoy the fuck out of me. But they are very independent and they want to do their own thing. They want to do their own unique, strange thing that just brings them joy. And, I always like to kind of point out, I've said this before, I wonder how many kids have been like misdiagnosed with some sort of neurodivergency when they just had heavy Aquarius placements. Like Aquarius heavy charts or Uranus heavy charts, I have Uranus like very strongly aspecting so much of my stuff, really brings this sort of, energy of like hyper focus and like strange brilliance that, you know, is ahead of its time and most people can't grasp. But then, like, normal people shit, they just kind of suck at, or they just, it doesn't bring them enough dopamine or whatever to actually kind of get done. But they are very independent, and they have that sort of Saturn ruled sign that helps them do the hard work, but it's like only the fucking hard work they want to do. Like, they're not going to do what they don't want to do. You'll be hard pressed to find many Aquariuses like working for the man. You know, they're going to find a way to kind of just do their own thing. Aquarius, they're very weird, very weird. The energy is very weird right now. The energy is very, like, plugged into all of these, like, parallel interdimensional type of parts of the collective mind. Very progressive and original and inventive, very loyal. All of the fixed signs are. Idealistic, rational, rebellious, and revolutionary. They love to argue, which as a Libra, I love to debate. I love to have debated conversations. So I'm down with that. That's cool with me, but they definitely really do like to argue their views, and their view is always usually very right in their eyes, but they'll listen to yours. Challenging manifestations of this energy is that because of the Uranian influence, it can be very unpredictable. It's rebellious and tactless and stubborn, emotionally oblivious, like kind of somewhat even like dissociated from the emotional body, because they can be just like so in the intellectual part of the psyche. And so they can kind of like similar to like a neurodivergent, autistic type of, you know, just not meeting the general social cues of like emotional intelligence. It doesn't necessarily mean that they don't understand empathically what's happening. They're just somewhat too much in their head. And, their opposite sign, Leo, literally governs the heart. It governs romance and children and objects of affection, joy and connecting to those that we love. And it's definitely that which Aquarius needs to integrate, is that, Leo open heart that helps to get you out of your fucking head, right? They can be very impersonal and detached and contrary and progressive. But to what end? Progress can go in a multitude of different directions. It's not always, ideal for staying in contact with our humanity, which Aquarius, even though it governs humanity, it can sometimes really fucking suck at actually being a human and like experiencing humanness, if you know what I mean, because it does have that like alien part of the psyche, that interdimensional, multidimensional part of the psyche so activated that it's hard to human. Some herbs that are associated with Aquarius are hemp and moss and pine. Okay, let's talk about the chart. I try to fit it all in here, and then we're gonna get on with it. I have a bunch of notes. I have notes all over this table, you guys. When I tell you, like, I was like sitting here, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I was trying so hard to like crack this freaking mystery, and I got close, but I still don't fully understand it. I'm gonna have to find some books. The internet sucks. Okay, so of course the moon falls in Aquarius. Here it says 1 degree 32 minutes. But the moon's exact at 1 degree 33 minutes. I don't know why. The software is always off, like a little bit off. It's one of the issues I have with this. I don't understand. I do have this set for Los Angeles, and I live like a couple cities over, so maybe I did fuck it up. but I just use that city so you guys know what I'm talking about. But the moon is exact on January 21st at 12:53 p.m. So it's the middle of the day. If you can find time around that to like set your intentions around that like exact time, that would be ideal. You know, sometimes it's like 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I ain't gonna be doing shit at 6 o'clock in the morning except for sleeping. But, you know, this is a time of the day where I think most people, maybe not, I don't know, every time zone, but most people will be like up and about. You can find your exact time zone by just, you know, translating it. So this is Pacific Standard Time. So the moon falls at 1 degree of Aquarius, really kickstarting a new beginning in this area of our life that is going to like grow so fucking fast and beyond our wildest dreams. Like whatever that realm looks like now is just going to completely transform over the next, like I said, several decades. And this is the initiation of this. We've already experienced quite a lot of shifts in this realm of our life since, you know, 2020 in particular, when we had the great conjunction that happened at the end of 2021. Yeah, it was at the end of 2021. No, the end of 2020. January 21st, 2020, when Saturn and Jupiter conjuncted at 0 degrees of Aquarius. It's off by 1 degree, but it's still highlighting that same area. So the themes around that time are coming back up, and we're starting a new story. That was the exact day, the day of the Great Conjunction, was the exact fucking day that they injected the first like member of the public with the experiment that, you know, humanity is taking part in. That was the end of 2020. Then all through 2021, you know, everybody was getting it, whatnot. Now Pluto is about to transit in here. Like I said, it'll come in March, and it's going to transit through. It's been in Capricorn since 2008, completely transforming that area of our life. Death, rebirth, alchemical process into something completely new, a completely different version of reality. And now it's going to be moving into Aquarius, and it's going to transit over, you know, the whole area of the sky that initiated all of the fuckery of the last, you know, couple of years. They tied to several of the conjunctions that happened in the sign of Aquarius, particularly that great conjunction point. So Pluto is going to come through here and completely transform it. But first, we have this beautiful moon that gives us an opportunity to, you know, take the reins and initiate some things into action for ourselves, as opposed to having things happen around us, right? There's just so many beautiful things about this moon. Okay, so of course it's an Aquarius new moon. So that alone has a focus on goals, our future, our dreams, where it is that we want to go as a collective, where it is we want to go as an individual, how we access our unique frequency, our authenticity, how we break free, how we liberate ourselves. So that in and of itself has a lot to do with, you know, where we're headed. But then it's beautifully fucking aspected in a multitude of ways. One, here in that same sign, one of the rulers of Aquarius, Saturn, is at 24 degrees, and it is conjunct Venus. Venus is one of astrology's benefics. It is the planet of balance and harmony and values and finances. It has a lot to do with our relationships, and it has a lot to do with conjunct Saturn. It has a lot to do with building systems, or like just building anything. Saturn just fucking builds. It builds whatever it wants to build, whatever's next, that have longevity and are in alignment with our values and also like our financial faculties. It also speaks to like having the right kind of people cross your path to help you fulfill your goals. Venus is one of astrology's benefics, and it is positively aspecting the ruler of this sign at home in this sign. So this in and of itself is a beautiful, positive omen for, where we are headed. That Venus is conjunct Medusa. We're going to talk about her a little bit more later, but I find that extremely beneficial as well. And then it is positively aspecting astrology's other benefic. So Venus and Jupiter are considered astrology's two most beneficial planets. I would like to stop saying that, because to like label planets as beneficial, then it means there are planets that they're called malefic, or like challenging planets. And I don't, and they are looked at in traditional astrology like in a very negative light. I don't use the word malefic ever, but I do like to point out that Venus and Jupiter are usually, even through harsh aspects, so like even when they square each other or oppose each other or oppose a planet or square a planet, they still bring benefit, growth, expansion, harmony, and beneficial aid. So both of astrology's benefics are positively aspecting this moon. Venus is conjunct the ruler of this sign, and Jupiter is sitting in a sextile to this sign. A sextile is a harmonious aspect, a lot like a trine, but it does require action to be taken on our part in order to feel the benefit. Trines, the energy is so free flowing, especially a grand trine like this. We'll talk about this in a second. The energy is so free flowing and harmonious, like lending harmonious aid. Now, that could be manifest hazardously if like the planets, I don't really want to get into that, but a trine, especially a grand trine, is the energy is just free flowing. It's free flowing like a circuit. A sextile is a similar energy, but it requires action on our part in order to like reap the rewards, in order to, get the benefit. And this action here is coming through Jupiter. So Jupiter is the planet of growth and expansion. It's asking us to envision big. It's asking us to take motivated action to develop the self and the visions that we have for ourself and the collective. It's an Aries, right? This is a very pioneering energy. It has to push forward into the unknown and initiate things into being with like no one to follow, all right? Jupiter is in Aries, which is the first sign of the zodiac. It starts this whole fucking thing. It's birthed from Pisces, and so it is a mirror of the whole and of itself. It is this pure potential, this spark of creation that can be anything. It's yet to manifest, but it can be anything. And this is where we push out into the great unknown. And with Jupiter there, it is really asking us to think big. And Jupiter, whatever he touches, he expands and he grows. And right now he is harmoniously touching whatever it is you initiate at this time. So it will just expand and grow tremendously over the next 6 months, but particularly the next 3 months is going to be freaking huge. But the next 6 months is really what it is that you want to envision. Okay. I wrote all this stuff here, but I'm not even reading it. I'll come check that out in a second. So not only do we have this new moon and anything set into motion in whatever house Aquarius rules right now, positively aspected by both Venus and Jupiter, astrology's two benefics. But it's also sitting in a trine to Mars. It's a wider trine. Mars is over at 8 degrees. And the moon is over at 1 degree, but it is still within orb. See you later, Christopher. What was I saying? So it's a wider orb. It's over at 8 degrees, but it's still very much within influence. And, Mars has been in fucking Gemini for so long. It has been here for so freaking long, transiting through the sign from 8 degrees to 24 degrees, stationing retrograde, going all the way back to 8 degrees, stationing direct, and now it is going to transit through it for a third and final time. It has really been reassessing our energy, our motivation, our drive. It's really been helping us to fill in these energy links or pull things in and reassess where it is that we are going. And now Mars, he's still moving slow, but he is ready to start to take action. And he's working so very positively with this moon to do so. And what of course I love is that it is sitting in a grand air trine, so very focused on the mind and our consciousness. A grand air trine with the supergalactic center, which is right on top of my sun. You guys, this moon is trining my sun. It's squaring my Mercury. I had to figure some shit out. I was really, really, really deep in the rabbit hole, so deep. I hope I can explain to you guys all this stuff, but we'll get there eventually. So it's sitting in a grand air trine with Mars, the planet of action, of motivation, of drive, of assertion, of our will. Aries too, Jupiter in Aries has a lot to do with our will, what it is that we want to will into existence. For the collective, you know what I mean? Some of us have, right now there's a bunch of sociopaths and fucking evil geniuses meeting together in fucking Switzerland, meeting together Aquarius in Switzerland to set things into motion, Mars, that they really want to expand in order to exert their will over the collective future, right? They have these big, brilliant ideas and they're going to go fucking make it happen. Well, you know what? They're not the only ones who have big, brilliant ideas for the future. Many of us do as well. And this would be a really great time to envision that, I mean, you can do a visualization, close your eyes and envision what you say for the future. But speaking things out loud into existence, whether it be through writing or speaking, but through the word is, my brain was trying to make a bunch of other connections, and then I lost my thought. Speaking things into existence, writing things down really does do something a little bit different. It helps to bring that which is inside of us out, and it helps to really begin to manifest that into being. This is a very mental sign. It is very much in the head. It's trining Mars in Gemini. It's trining the supergalactic center in Libra, all air signs. The supergalactic center being like our vast cosmic mind, which sits even beyond that of our solar system or our own galaxy. It's the black hole that 130 galaxies, including our own, all rotate around. So it's this vast cosmic mind, and it's very much in the head. And I think that the Jupiter sextile in Aries, that is that spark, that initiatory spark into physicality, into the real world. It's still very mental because it's part of the fire element, so it still has a lot to do with like consciousness as opposed to like physicality like water or earth would. But it definitely helps to spark things into being. I'm more of like a writer, so I think I would like write it out. That's probably what I'm gonna plan on doing. But like even like I've never actually made a vision board, but like something like that, or drawing or painting. Something like that helps to make things physical as well. So those are perhaps some other ideas. I've actually never made a vision board before. I mean, I like collages, but not with like a certain intention of like creating a manifestation. Okay, so we have all of this beautifully positive aspects coming to like lend harmonious aid. Like look at even the center of our supercluster, this fucking massive black hole that 130 galaxies or more, that's all we've discovered so far, is sitting in a trine to this moon. So like you guys have heard me talk before about the astrology of black holes, how they pierce the fabric of the space-time continuum and they move on to like whatever is next. It's this source of singularity with the divine. It's a solar consciousness that has lived out its entire life cycle, gone supernova, and then moved on to whatever is next. That is positively aspecting this. So this like interdimensional, multi-dimensional dynamic is coming through very fucking strong. And so if you feel like you're not even like in the real world right now, you're not. But that's because we are in this sort of liminal space between the past, the present, parallel realities, interdimensional realities, and the future, because we're meant to create something beyond this. So we have to be plugged into the beyond, and this fucking moon really is. It's so beautiful, you guys. I'm really like, I feel like I can fucking finally breathe. Millie says, I made a vision board with no intention. I just cut out, etc. 2 years ago. I hid it under my sofa. It was huge. When I cleaned, I found it, and funny enough, a lot of the stuff happened. That's fucking rad. Maybe I'll make one. But like, I'd want to like cut stuff. I'd have to like print stuff out. I don't have like magazines anymore. Certainly not ones I'd want to like cut up. But I used to do a lot of that back in the day. Okay. So another thing that is important to point out is that the nodes, while, they're in a wider orb as well, the nodes are currently at 9 degrees of Taurus and Scorpio, but they are sitting in a square to this lunation. So squares represent those 90-degree aspects that force us to take some sort of fucking action in order to come into alignment, right? So the actions that we are taking right now, or being asked to take, are literally guided by the hand of fate itself. Like, I don't think we could go wrong if we tried, as long as we actually take the action to set things into motion. I think whatever it is that we set into motion, as long as it's in alignment with our fate and our destiny, we can't go wrong. We cannot go wrong. So whatever it is that you want to see build over the next 3 months and the next 6 months in this area of your life, set it into motion now and then come back to me. after, like 6 months from now, at the Aquarius full moon during Leo season, and I want to see where y'all are at. Pluto will have already moved in here and begin to completely transform this area after Jupiter and Saturn have already moved through, and this lunation is starting a new chapter. It's beautifully aspected, so fucking pretty. Okay, so I have a bunch of notes here. I do want to get to the part about Lilith. Oh God, you guys, I have so much notes. Kind of crazy. Where did I write that part? All right, well, I guess I'll just start going through my notes and I'll find what I need to find as I find it. I wrote here, make sure you set your intentions. This moon is more about manifestation and fast forward action, growth and expansion, as it is then it is for healing or integration. We've been doing a lot of that. We've been doing a fucking good ass job. We've been doing a lot of that. This is really coming to just push us forward on quantum levels. This is what I was looking for. This is the line I was looking for. So we have a lot of beneficial aid coming, right? A lot of growth, a lot of expansion, a lot of manifestation potential, but Lilith will need to be welcomed to the table. Okay, so Lilith is sitting in opposition to this lunation. We're gonna expand on this Lilith thing here in a second, but I want to just kind of cover some basics before I go a whole bunch of other places. Lilith represents the apogee of the moon, the farthest point in the moon's orbit. The moon represents our subconscious, our lunar psyche. It has a lot to do with our innate psychic senses, our intuition, our feminine polarity, and Lilith represents the farthest point of that, the farthest point of our subconscious, where our shadows and monsters reside, but also where all of our untapped power, untapped potential, and authentic feminine expression, our fiery. I do look at Lilith as quite of especially it's in Leo, so right now it particularly is, our very fiery, authentic self that demands equality. Lilith represents the farthest point in our subconscious, so it's where we compartmentalize everything we deem unworthy and where everything is hiding within us that we fear to awaken. It represents the part of our psyche that houses our traumas and our pain and our shadow and our power. And she's sitting in opposition to this moon. So while we have Mars, the planet of action and drive and motivation, coming to help us, push forward. We have Jupiter coming to help us expand and push forward. We have Venus and Saturn really coming to help us build something that houses longevity and is aligned with our values, and helps us financially as well. Very, very good placement for manifesting finances. You guys have followed me for a while, I'm normally I'm not really one for manifesting. It's not always time to manifest money or material success or, things along those lines. I'm you need to look at your chart. You need to see what house is activated. That's where you need to focus. You need to look at the transits. We're working on getting in alignment with the cosmos. And sometimes the cosmos don't want us manifesting fucking riches and pushing forward and exerting our will and creating that which we want to create. Sometimes it's okay, you need to kick back, you need to take account of what you're being shown, and you need to focus on, you know, some sort of like chironic wound or subconscious blockage or whatever it may be, the integration of this, the integration of that. You know, there are these different things that we are asked to focus on, and we've talked about that. This moon, this is the time to do it. This is the time to set into motion all of the things that you want to set into motion, whether it be financial safety, financial security, your envisionment of the future, the actions you want to take when it comes to the development of the self, and the mind. This is a beautiful moon when it comes to the advancement of our learning faculties and the advancement of our vision for the future, right? So think fucking big. Jupiter aspecting this moon, Mars aspecting this moon positively helps us think big, and it helps us think positive and have this like optimistic outlook on the future that has looked very bleak for quite some time. Jupiter coming to aspect this moon really, and all of the planets coming to be moving direct, gives us this feeling of like, but we can do this. Like, we can turn this around. Like, we still understand that it's going to get worse before it gets better. Pluto coming in is really going to expose a lot of the agendas that were set into motion to control the collective. While Saturn was through here, Pluto is going to come and really expose a lot of those, and it'll be a brutal death and rebirth process of our collective future. But this is the time for us to set into motion our plans for that. Okay, so Lilith, you have to welcome Lilith to the table. So you have to look and see, where does Leo fall for you? Do you have any planets aspecting Lilith? Lilith is going to be transiting this sign for, I don't know, she takes 9 years to go all the way around the zodiac. So she's going to be here for a minute. I'm not sure how long off the top of my head. But she just moved in. It's my natal Lilith sign. It's my Lilith return. And she is in opposition to the moon. So whatever sits in opposition is seeking integration on some level. It's seeking balance. It's seeking harmony. It's seeking a compromise. It's being pulled into different directions and seeking a sort of compromise. So we're going to, dig into the archetype of of Lilith, and what exactly it fucking is and whatnot here in a second, and we'll expand on that, and then maybe we'll understand what it is that we're really supposed to be integrating here. But we'll expand on that in a second. I just want to make sure I talked about all this shit here. Okay, so not only is it sitting in a sextile to Jupiter, but it is also in a sextile to two asteroids, the asteroid Juno and the asteroid Diana. So Diana is the goddess of the moon. We're going to be talking about the goddess of the moon in her entire spectrum here tonight, as we talk about Black Moon Lilith and White Moon Celine and whatever that even means. And the goddess of the moon itself, Diana, is positively aspecting this moon, and she's helping us to see her from a new angle, from a more expanded Jupiterian angle that is more cohesive. It's interesting that Jupiter is conjunct Juno. Jupiter is Zeus. It's just another name for Zeus. And Juno is Hera, another name for Hera. They are the father and mother archetype of Greek mythology. There are tons that came before them, but they are the traditional what's the word I'm looking for? Not a couple. I don't know why I'm looking like pantheonal, what is the word I'm looking for here? I have no idea. But they are the traditional like father, mother, godheads in Greek mythology. But they are usually at odds with each other and each other's agendas. You know, Zeus is running off and raping everybody and impregnating everybody and just populating the world with tons of gods and demigods and whatnot, some beasts. And, you know, Hera is like, what the fuck, bro? And so she's scheming and doing all of these different things. And it is this tension between these two husband and wife figures. And it really speaks to the development of the patriarchal pantheons and the split between the polarities to manifest as a war as opposed to a union. But I love that they are together at the time of this lunation and positively aspecting this moon. It's almost like they were like, okay, truce, right? Okay. All of these planets will be direct. So the day after this moon, on January 22nd, Uranus will station direct, and then all of the planets will be direct. The only things in this chart that will still be retrograde are asteroids. So the asteroid Sophia will still be retrograde. The asteroid Hecate will still be retrograde. Sophia represents that primordial goddess, that unconscious pre-manifested realm. Hecate represents the goddess of magic and witchcraft itself. These are like all of the darker feminine placements will all still be retrograde. So Sophia will be retrograde. Hecate will be retrograde. Persephone will be retrograde, who is that initiatory feminine who goes into the underworld to find her balanced self and is reborn in the spring. And the asteroid Lilith will be retrograde, which just kind of speaks to, well, yes, we will start to feel so much movement over this moon, really initiating it. And we'll be feeling a lot of movement over the next couple of months with Saturn moving into Pisces on March 7th, bringing more movement and shifts and energy. Pluto moving into Aquarius on March 23rd, bringing another big shift of energy and a lot of like forward movement until then with no major planetary archetypes in a retrograde motion. We will still have all of our dark feminine archetypes retrograde because we'll still be in the winter. We will still be in the end of the astrological year in the realm of the goddess, even though we're feeling this forward movement and this action and this drive and this like initiation of this like masculine consciousness and these fiery Mars trine and the Jupiter sextile, really getting that energy moving. We still need to remember that we are in the end of the astrological year. We're in Aquarius season. We'll be moving into Pisces season, the depths of the cosmic womb, the end, the Akash, the blending with the whole before we are reborn again in the spring. And we will definitely be in the realm of the goddess, and we cannot forget her. We have to welcome her to the table, or none of this here is going to manifest in our favor. We have to integrate her. We have to make right with her. And she's still asking us to go inward to a certain extent to navigate these parts of ourselves over these next couple of months. And then, the rebirth in the spring is really going to bring us out into the light. Okay, Venus conjunct Saturn. Okay, so we'll get here in a second. I forgot the P. So we have the asteroid Neptune conjunct Atlantis. It's in a wider orb now. It happened earlier in the month. It was exact. But it's in the depths of Pisces, which represents the flood. Aquarius is the bringer of the flood, but Pisces is the flood. Like, it literally is the flood that washes us away back into the Akashic realm. We dissolve everything we thought we were, merge back with the whole, and then are reborn anew in Aries in the spring. So Neptune is at home in Pisces, the mystical, intangible, unconscious realm. It has a lot to do with the past. It has a lot to do with our connection to the collective unconscious, the like most hard to reach parts of our psyche. And right now it's conjunct the asteroid Atlantis in the depths of the part of our mind that would house everything that has been forgotten but can also be remembered. And I think it's interesting that Neptune will be conjunct Atlantis the same time that we have this pre-diluvian comet coming by in our skies for us to see, which we haven't been able to see for 50,000 years during the pre-diluvian world, which was pre-flood, pre the Atlantean flood, which happened around 12,000 or 11,500 years ago, depending on who you ask. Okay, is there anything else I want to talk about here? I have like so many notes here. Okay, we talked about that. This moon is bringing new beginnings with a lot of forward motion. I wrote big fucking growth over the next 6 months in whatever area Aquarius is. And then, of course, like this house is helping to lend aid to that because of Jupiter. This house is coming to lend aid to that because of Mars, right? This house is seeking some sort of balance and integration. I wrote here, this is a huge quantum leap over the next 3 months. Okay, that's all about this. We will get there right now. Let me just... Okay, so up until today, I was under the impression that... This is gonna fall. Hold on. You astrology buffs in there too, I want you to tell me in the comment section or in the chat if you have heard these things that I'm saying before. I was under the impression, and you can Google this and find a shit ton of blogs saying that this is the case. I was under the impression that Black Moon Lilith was the apogee of the moon, the farthest point in the moon's orbit. And the perigee of the moon was called White Moon Celine. The glyph is an opposite glyph of Lilith. And it represents the opposite of Lilith. It represents the light part of the lunar goddess, and Lilith represents the dark part of the lunar goddess. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And a lot of people think this, and a lot of people know this, and a lot of people will reference this in charts without actually knowing apparently what they're talking about. Most people will just have Lilith in the chart and then they'll address whatever the exact opposite degree is, and they'll say, your perigee would fall here, and then that is White Moon Celine. And this is a graphic that I found on fucking Google from some astrologer blog, and that is what they're claiming is the fucking case here. And they wrote all about on their blog in a very vague way how this is the case. Black Moon Lilith, apogee, White Moon Celine, perigee. White Moon Celine is the shortest distance between the orbit of the moon, which is an ecliptic, and the orbit of the moon and the earth, and Black Moon Lilith is the farthest distance. Now, this is... Oh, my sweater. She says, oh my God, call me slow, but I love your sweater. Yeah, I figured this was good for the Aquarius moon. Aquarius are the conspiracy theorists of the zodiac. It's falling apart. It's like an iron-on thing. I got it on Etsy a long time ago, but it's like my favorite. It's very comfortable. Okay, so what sparked this was the Luna software This is, okay, this is the chart for the lunation. There are multiple Liliths, okay? So you can go into both astro.com and Luna, and you can put in multiple Liliths, okay? What is so fucking cool is at the time of this lunation, all of the Liliths are actually conjunct each other. They all fall at 1 degree of Leo, which is actually really rare. In my chart, one of the Liliths falls at 1 degree of Leo, but I have another one that falls all the way over at 27 degrees of Leo. And I have seen people say that you put in all of the Liliths and you see whatever kind of span they cover in your chart. And this represents the area that is governed by Lilith. This like orb between Lilith to Lilith. There's actually multiple Liliths. I will give you the numbers here in a second. So for me, it's actually a really huge part of actually my 12th house. My entire 12th house is governed by Lilith. I look at this as the early part of my life having been consumed by the Lilith archetype, that you can't tell me what the fuck to do, I'm going to do it anyway, even if I drive myself to the depths of hell in the process. But now I really look at it as a huge integration of her, so much so that she houses this huge part in my chart. What's so cool is that all three of the Liliths are conjunct at the time of this lunation in opposition to the moon. So I want you guys to look in your chart, okay? If you have Luna, you can go, I think it's this one. You can go here on your chart to chart points. You can scroll down and you can click the different Liliths. There's the mean Lilith, there's the natural Lilith, and there's the oscillating Lilith. Which apparently these two are retrograde right now according to this software. There was also one more Lilith in here I saw somewhere at the bottom, and they put it in. Where was it? I guess they put it alphabetical once I clicked it in. Yeah. So those are the three Liliths, and you can see where yours fall. And you can see how big of a scope of your chart they govern. If you want to go to astro.com, okay, this is the future. We're going to talk about that chart in a second. If you want to go to astro.com, you can put them in there as well underneath hypothetical points. And I'll tell you the numbers for them if you want to just go to the part where you add extra points. Do you guys know how to do that? Hopefully you know how to do that. Otherwise, you can Google how to add extra points. The mean Lilith one is just Black Moon Lilith, the traditional Black Moon Lilith glyph that you would put in there. The true Lilith, to put that in your chart, it's H13. The natural Lilith is H22. The natural perigee, which is the opposition to natural Lilith, is H22. So H13, H21, H22, and then H56 is White Moon Celine. And you want to put those all in the add point section with commas in between them. That's how you add it to your chart. Look, I'll show you. I'll just show you guys. So here is the list of hypothetical points. You can go here and you can click them, the apogees or whatever, or you can just type in what I have typed in right here in this box and then click show chart. And you'll see where all your points are. So again, this is a chart for the moon. And you'll see that all the Liliths are conjunct, which is actually quite rare. Like I said, in my natal chart, my first Lilith falls at 1 degree of Leo, and my last Lilith falls at 28 degrees of Leo. So it's a wide orb. So that is actually quite rare. So it's interesting to me that they're all on top of each other at the time of this moon, exactly opposite it. It's like they're all on the same story, right? So, like I said earlier, I was always under the impression that the opposite point of Black Moon Lilith is White Moon Celine. Like we see here in this lovely graphic that is utter fucking nonsense. That is not true, apparently. At the time of this lunation, White Moon Celine falls at 18 degrees of Pisces. That's not in opposition to Lilith. I was like, what the fuck? So what's so interesting is when I first learned about White Moon Celine being the opposition to Lilith, so Lilith being this portal to like the darkest, most repressed parts of yourself, and Celine being this portal to like the light aspects of the feminine, has a lot to do with like nurturing and compassion and this like divine white virgin goddess, right? The light half of the feminine, the Lilith being like the new moon, and Celine being like the full moon. The perigee, the closest part of the moon's orbit to Earth, this is where we have our supermoons. Lilith, the apogee, is where we have our micromoons, the moons that are the smallest. And this is where we have our moons that are the biggest, like a bunch of light, right? And I was like, okay, so that makes sense. Okay. So I was always under the impression, Lilith here, White Moon Celine here. And in my own natal chart, that is actually the case. I have Lilith opposite White Moon Celine. Okay, so when I put it into my chart, I was like, okay, that checks out. Well, apparently that's not always the case. Like that only actually kind of happens once every 8 years. So the fact that mine actually fall opposite each other is quite rare. But what we see here on the Luna software are these glyphs. And I was like, okay, well, what the fuck is this glyph? And I clicked on it and I was like, because it's an interactive software. My link is down below if you would like to get it. It's only $5 a month. And I clicked on it and I was like, okay, what is this? And I was like, Paribus. And I was like, I remember reading about him. Who is this guy? So apparently, when you Google what is the perigee of the moon, you find a couple of different things. Some people will tell you it's White Moon Celine. Some people will tell you it's this Paribus guy. Some people say that Black Moon Lilith is the farthest point in the moon's orbit. Some people say she's the other midpoint of this elliptic, and that is this like empty focus point in the middle of space. I literally can't find anybody that agrees at all. So I started diving into it for myself. Well, let me go back to this chart. Okay. So first I messaged a friend of mine online, an astrologer. I messaged many astrologers and I feel like now we're all confused because we all were under similar impressions. I messaged an astrologer friend of mine whose handle is Moon Apogee Astrology. And I was like, yo, dude, I think you will have an answer for me about this. What is the perigee? Is it this precipice guy or is it Selena? And she told me that they're the same thing. And I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. And I have a whole theory about that, and we'll talk about this here in a second. But then I was scrolling through this Reddit thread, and I saw somebody say that White Moon Celine and Black Moon Lilith can conjunct each other. And I was like, what? How can the farthest point in the moon's orbit and the closest point in the moon's orbit conjunct each other. I don't understand. And so I started trying to dive into this. And I have a theory, but I'm not sure it's accurate. But I want to just kind of point out a few things that I did find in my research that make me very, very confused as to what exactly these things are. So you can see here that this lunation falls conjunct Paribus, right? And so I was like, okay, well, who is he? What is he? Let's find him out first. Supposedly the opposition to Lilith. I'll tell you what I think that is in a second. So it's really hard to find information on this. Apparently this point is a hypothetical mathematical point, just like Lilith. And that's why there's so many different Liliths, is because there's so many different ways to calculate anything. And people think math is a very precise science. Apparently it's not, because there's different equations that you can use for these calculations, and they vary to a certain extent. We have the mean, the true, the natural, and everybody has their reason as to which one of these Liliths is better or true or real or whatnot. So it's very hard to find information on these points, even though like everybody talks about fucking Lilith. But I don't think we really actually understand what Lilith is and how it manifests in space, okay? So most of the blogs that I found online, and I don't have any books on Lilith. I thought I did. I looked through everything. I don't have any books on Lilith, so that'll be what I'll be looking into after this video, to hopefully find astrologer that knows what they're fucking talking about, who wrote a decent amount of not vague information on Lilith. But most of the blogs are very vague and make these bold statements with no actual data. And a couple of them that are actually pretty decent cite original sources that are in either Russian or German. Apparently these points are used a lot in Russia and in Germany, and it was discovered by like a Russian dude. So a lot of the original source work on these points are in Russian and German. That same astrologer friend of mine, she said that she spent hours translating one of those for an article she wrote on her website. Trying to get a link, but she hasn't sent me a link. So I started diving into it, right? And I'm like, okay, who is this Paribus guy? And then I was like, oh, I remember this fucking dude. All right. So this is another depiction of the perigee and the apogee. These are all from, I think, astro.com. I have the links on the PDF that I'm going to link for you guys. But it says here that the perigee is the nearest point on the moon's orbit to Earth. And the apogee is the farthest point. And in astrology, the perigee is referred to as Paripus. Even though tons of people say it's White Moon Celine, apparently that's something completely different. I have not exactly figured out what she is yet. Now, Paribus is a really interesting figure, as you can see here, especially to be considered the opposition of Lilith, okay? So it took me some actual diving into the mythology. This is from astro.com. They go on to say that this is the point that sits opposite Lilith, that they represent this axis and these very sensitive points in the horoscope. In mythology, Paripos was a god of fertility, which you'll see how it's such a paradox, okay? He should not have been a god of fertility. He was a god of fertility in Asia Minor and is often portrayed with this like oversized phallus, okay? This is what they say on astro.com. They do not elaborate. I will elaborate here in the next slide. Until now, astrologers have paid very little attention to Parapus or the apogee, or the perigee. And there's very little research on the subject. Yes, very little research. I can't find anybody who actually understands it and can explain it to me. According to German astrologers, always German or Russian, this chick or dude, I have no idea how to say that. This point functions as a valve, which can help to release the pent-up energy of the Lilith point. I don't see how he can release the pent-up energy of the Lilith point. I'll explain in the next slide, but pretty much Lilith represents like pure, like sexual kundalini energy. It has a lot to do with that like feminine sensuality. And I don't see how he can release that pent up Lilith energy when this giant dick of his, actually, it doesn't work. That's his whole myth, is he has this giant dick that doesn't work. So to be a fertility god doesn't make any sense, but we'll get there in a second. So, supposedly it's this point that can release this pent up energy of Lilith. If Lilith symbolizes the challenges of learning to live with the power of the feminine, Parabus could be seen as indicating where a negative reaction to this could lead to the rise of patriarchal power structures in the charts of both men and women. Parabus may also relate to repressed sexuality. That does make sense considering his impotence, and as does the line above. So when we go to, a couple mythological websites, I think this is Wikipedia, I think this is Britannica, I'm not sure. We see that Parapus is described in varying sources as the son of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, Venus, and Dionysus, which has a lot to do with fertility and fertility rituals and like wine and debauchery and the energy of like self-will run riot. He's the son of Dionysus and whoever this chick is. He is perhaps the father or son of Hermes, it's believed, or sometimes is seen as the son of Zeus or Pan, which is another fertility god. According to the legend, Hera, who is aspecting this moon, conjunct Jupiter, her husband, Zeus, they're conjunct and in a harmonious aspect to this lunation and to this point. So according to legend, Hera cursed him with inconvenient impotence. He could not sustain an erection when the time came for sexual intercourse. Ugliness and foul-mindedness while he was still in Aphrodite's womb. In revenge for the hero Paris having the temerity, I have no idea what that word is, to judge Aphrodite more beautiful than Hera. So Paris, after Eris, the goddess of discord and chaos, threw the apple into that wedding. You guys have heard me talk about this before. That said, to the fairest of them all, and all of the gods and goddesses started fighting for this apple. They forced Paris to pick one of them, and they all promised different things. Aphrodite promised him the hand of the most beautiful woman in the world, which happened to be Helen of Troy, which then happened to start the Trojan War. And Hera was pissed because Hera wanted to get chosen. They all wanted to get chosen. And so apparently that's why she made him impotent, I guess. That's her revenge. So in another account, Hera's anger and curse were because the baby had been fathered by her husband, Zeus, or Jupiter. So the other gods refused to allow him to live on Mount Olympus and threw him down to earth, leaving him on a hillside. He was eventually found by shepherds and was brought up by them. Parabus joined Pan and the satyrs as the spirit of fertility and growth and this like raw masculine sexuality, because even though like his penis didn't work when the time came. He still was like this overt display of masculine sexuality, and he was still like being a total fucking creeper in the myths tied to him. Much like the satyrs and a lot of the centaurs and Pan and Dionysus, they had that connotation to them. Although he was, frustrated with impotence. It goes on to say here that he was like really short. He was like this dwarf. Okay, hold on, where is it? He was the god of vegetables and gardens. So he is depicted as a dwarfish man with a huge dick that doesn't work. But yet he symbolizes the garden of fertility. This is giving me like Fisher King vibes. Like it how can you represent fertility in the land when you are incapable of producing this seed, right? So anyway, it goes on to say all the stuff that doesn't really matter. So this is a picture of my own chart over here. I just want to kind of point out that I have this dude and White Moon Celine conjunct each other, both opposite one of my Liliths. One is opposite one Lilith and the other is opposite the other Lilith. So, actually that's 1 degree of Cancer. So I guess it's not. I guess I read that wrong. It's conjunct Priapus. It's conjunct this point, but it's only in opposition to one of the Liliths. Not this Lilith over here, just this Lilith. They're in opposition to each other. So for the longest time, I thought this was true. I thought this dude was just another name for White Moon Celine. And I was like, okay, well, that actually kind of makes sense on a certain level. So when I was talking to my astrologer friend about that, and I was like, okay, so if Priapus is the perigee, which we see very clearly here in these softwares, that's the glyph that they use here that actually falls opposite Lilith is this Priapus dude. I was like, okay, so if he is the perigee, what the fuck is White Moon Celine? What is she? She exists. Right now, she is... I'm going all over the place. Right now, she's over here, conjunct Neptune, right? And then when I read on Reddit that you can actually... They can actually in conjunct White Moon Celine and Black Moon Lilith, I was like, okay, wait a second. I'm going to figure this out. So, first, when she explained to me, she was like, oh, they're the same. Like, Priapus and White Moon Celine are the same. I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. Until I saw that White Moon Celine was nowhere near in opposition to Black Moon Lilith. I was like, okay, that makes sense. And I had this little, like, download of understanding. I was like, okay, he is White Moon Celine. I was like, okay, that makes sense. Lilith being the primordial feminine. We've talked about this before. She is associated with, Inanna and Ishtar and Sophia and these dark feminine goddesses that came first, right? Lilith was the first wife of Adam, and she wanted equality. She wanted to be treated fairly. She wanted to be seen and be able to express who she really was, and she didn't want to have to suppress her power and her essence and her authenticity. And she didn't ask for much. All she wanted was to be able to be on top sometimes when they had sex. And Adam was like, what the fuck? That is just too much to ask. Absolutely not. God, I am going to need a new woman who will listen to what I have to say. And so Lilith was banished to the nether reaches of our psyche. That dark feminine archetype was severed and cut and repressed. And this light feminine archetype was manifested. We see this through Aphrodite. We see this through Athena, who was born through the head of Zeus. And we see this through Eve, which was created from the rib of Adam in order to be submissive to him. She was created from the light in order to be submissive to the light, ultimately. And so I was like, okay, so Priapus and Celine being the same makes sense on a certain level. I found out later that they weren't, but I still want to share this with you. He is White Moon Celine. That's what she said to me. And I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. I was like, okay, the impotent, wounded masculines, inability to accept Lilith, inability to accept the primordial goddess, this Sophia archetype, this primordial mother, the true virgin, the dark virgin who gave birth to it all, who created light and dark and everything we see. So this wounded masculine, unable to accept the powerful feminine expression, creates the white goddess, creates the pure, submissive virgin, creates Eve. She is him. She is spawned from his rib. She is spawned from the patriarchy that he represents, right? Which, without a connection to the true goddess, is impotent. He literally cannot manifest because he refuses to acknowledge her power. And on one level, I was like, okay, this made sense. But then I read on Reddit that White Moon Celine can conjunct Lilith. And it blew this whole thing out the water. And I was like, okay, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And so I went to the chart. Is this it? Yeah. I went to the chart. And White Moon Lilith was over here in Pisces. And Black Moon Lilith was over here in Leo. And I just started moving forward in the future, 1 month at a time. And I watched White Moon Lilith move fast as fuck. And Black Moon Lilith moved much slower. So White Moon Lilith was like coming, and it was like White Moon Selena. There's an asteroid Celine too, which is not the same thing. So don't put that in. Make sure you put White Moon Selena with an A at the end. So I see this White Moon catching freaking up to the Black Moon Lilith, and I'm like, what the heck? Wouldn't they be orbiting at the same speed, constantly in opposition to each other, if White Moon Celine was the apogee? And so I was like, okay, well, when are these fuckers going to conjunct? And I was moving forward in the future, and I was like, oh, this is so interesting. So Black Moon Lilith and White Moon Celine start to meet each other, get close to each other around 2032. Okay, so this is a chart for 2035 when they finally do actually meet. But right around 2032, they start to get very close to each other. And I was like, wow, this is very cool. Because 2032 is the end of... Oh, let me just do this. All right, 2032 is the end of the Saturn-Uranus cycle. So if you guys have followed me for a while, all last year we were talking about the Saturn-Uranus square and how it is kicking off the end of this massive Saturn-Uranus cycle that kicked off in 1988 with a Saturn-Uranus conjunction at the galactic center, which then will play out all the way until 2032, when we have a new conjunction, which actually falls conjunct the pole star. And I said that since 1988, we have really been manifesting, or they, the powers that be, that these govern, the old world order and the new world order, have really been manifesting this globalization of the world and this new order that we will be moving into that will be complete right around 2030. We see them tying the 2030 agenda at Davos to this. And so I noticed that right around the time that Saturn and Uranus will be meeting in 2032, White Moon Celine and Black Moon Lilith start to get really close to each other, preparing for their conjunction, which will happen 3 years later, in June as well. So in June of 2032, we'll have the end of this cycle. And then in June of 2035, so this will be happening right here on the pole star. And exactly opposite that, 3 years later, Black Moon Lilith and White Moon Celine will conjunct on top of the galactic center. So I'm convinced this is a fucking psyop. I'm convinced that I have to sneeze. Hold on. Okay, just one. I am convinced that the illusion that we are told by the fucking Russians and the Germans, just kidding, but maybe not, I don't know, maybe it did stem from them. The illusion that we are told that White Moon Celine is always in opposition to Lilith is a fucking lie. And it prevents us from uniting the two forces of the feminine psyche, which actually do conjunct. Their orbits are completely different. And so I have the math for you. Hold on. This thing's all glitching. Okay, hi guys. Okay, so I was like, okay, how long are these orbits, right? I know that Black Moon Lilith's orbit is about 9 years. I looked it up to see exactly how long it is. It's 8 years and 10 months. So if Black Moon Lilith's orbit is 8 years and 10 months, 9 years, let's just say 9 years, you would expect its opposite, that's supposed to always be fucking opposite it, whether it be Parabus, the dude with the giant dick that doesn't work, or White Moon Celine, you would expect them to have the same orbit if they're supposed to always be opposite them. But that's not the case. White Moon Celine has a 7-year orbit. It's actually 6.92 years. And Parabus has an 8-year orbit. It's actually 7.89 years. So Parabus and Black Moon Lilith, they never conjunct. This dude, Parabus and Black Moon Lilith, they never conjunct. The farthest he gets, he does oscillate. The farthest he gets is an inconjunction, which is like a quincunx. It's called like Rick calls them the pebble in the shoe transit. It's a very annoying, irritating disconnect. That's this close or that he can get. He can get into complete opposition to her, being the complete opposite of what she represents. And then he can be a fucking annoyance and a pebble in her shoe. However, White Moon Celine can. Her orbits and Black Moon Lilith's orbits overlap somehow. How? I do not know. I've spent so much time trying to figure this out. I Googled so much shit trying to get somebody to explain to me what White Moon Celine is and how it manifests, and I do not get it. This is the only thing I can come up with. I don't even think this is accurate. Okay, my theory, you guys, I don't even know if space works like this, but this is my theory. So my theory is that this distance and the apogee or Black Moon Lilith takes 9 years to orbit around the Earth from Earth's perspective, because astrology is Earth's perspective. Now, really, all of the planets, even the sun revolves around the earth in astrology, right? We know that really the earth is revolving around the sun, but from astrology's perspective, it's earth centered. So this like longer distance takes 9 years to transit all the way around the zodiac, and this shorter distance here takes 7 years to transit all the way to the zodiac. So at some point they cross. Now, I'm not even sure this is accurate. I made this slide myself, but this is the only way my brain could make sense of this. I'm really hoping that one of you astrologically inclined folks out there can help illuminate this a little bit for me. But yeah, I have no idea. But I pondered this. I want to understand this, right? And what I love most is that these forces of the feminine that the astrological blogs want you to think are always in opposition to one another are not. And they meet. And the next time they will meet will be right when the world needs it the most. All of these 20, 30 agendas will probably be in full swing. And both of these feminine forces, the black moon, the white moon, will conjunct each other for the first time in 7 years on top of the galactic center. Exactly opposite that Uranus-Saturn conjunction that will fall here in opposition to the galactic center and on the pole star. Both Uranus and Saturn are the rulers of Aquarius. So an Aquarius full moon is a fabulous time to want to figure this out and start to work with both sides of our feminine psyche, right? While one is very much an illusion made through the minds of man, it's still manifested and it had a purpose. So I started pondering, right? I was thinking to myself, everything has a purpose, In the past, the patriarchy rised and it severed our connection to this like dark primordial goddess archetype. Like, why did this happen, right? It wasn't just because like dudes are dicks and whatnot, there's a deeper purpose, and it has to do with the evolution of consciousness, right? So everything has a purpose. What do we gain from severing ties to the feminine? What do we gain from cutting ties with Lilith and Sophia and forgetting Sophia or having her fall asleep and repressing Lilith to the nether reaches of space where she becomes this sort of demonic monster that she wasn't in the beginning, right? It has a lot to do with Medusa as well. And I wrote here, like, what do we gain from cutting ties with Lilith in favor of Eve, just to integrate Lilith once more? And I wrote here, we gain the softer parts of the feminine, the nurturing, compassionate aspects of the light of the moon, of the full moon, which represents the mother. We talk a lot about the maiden mother crone, but there's more to that manifestation, right? The new moon, the dark moon that Lilith represents as well, that void in space, that darkness, that primordial essence represents the primordial goddess. The full moon represents the mother. The waning moon represents the crone. And the waxing moon represents the maiden in her totality, right? And so cutting ties with the primordial in favor of the lighter aspects of the feminine helped us to develop our nurturing, our compassionate faculties. I wrote here, you can't be a mother. You can't mother something, love something, help something to grow, birth something into existence without the sun, without the light, right? I wrote, therefore, I wrote here, you can't be a mother without the sun. She can't be a mother without the sun, without the light. She birthed the light into existence. Therefore, she now holds it within her. There are two sides of every story. And Lilith in Leo reminds us of the dark part of the masculine. Leo represents the masculine psyche, the masculine consciousness. With Lilith there, it represents the dark part of the masculine. And with Lilith in there, it represents the light part of the feminine. Leo is the light, it's the sun. And with Lilith transiting through there, it reminds us that there are two sides of every story. There is Black Moon Lilith and White Moon Celine, and they will eventually meet in 2035, conjunct the galactic center. And this polarized feminine part of our psyche will unite with herself, much like Inanna or Ishtar with her sister, or much like Persephone with herself as she goes down into the underworld and rises up in the spring. It's this goddess of heaven and hell. The primordial goddess is the light and the darkness as one. So I don't know why they tell us that White Moon Celine, most astrologers believe this. I messaged 3 well-versed astrologers whom I highly value their knowledge base and opinion. And none of them knew this. They all thought that Paribus guy is the same shit as White Moon Celine, and he's not. He's just not. I hope you guys find these points in your chart. Okay, so I want to talk about the comets too, but I want to finish this train of thought. So I wrote here, they want you to think that White Moon Celine is the opposite of Black Moon Lilith, and they are oppose each other, and they are complete opposites. And that is not the case. They are both the feminine. They are just her in 2 different manifestations. And I wrote here, they can be united. That's the beauty of it. Black Moon Lilith and the dude with the dick that doesn't work, they can never be united. They'll only ever get in this weird, irritating aspect, this pebble in the shoe, this annoyance, and this opposition of, the fucking patriarchy that has lost its fertile connection to the goddess and the land and is exerting its masculine dominance. And the divine feminine Lilith, who is kind of okay with being by her fucking self. She's like, well, fuck you then. You don't want me? I'm going to go do my own thing. And I'm going to do it loud. And I don't care if you are what you think about me. I'm just going to fucking do it, But she's on a quest of uniting with the fractals of herself before she can then unite with the true masculine, which is beautifully aspecting this moon, okay? Fucking Aquarius. Aquarius is the ascended, the evolved masculine psyche. It is the last of the air signs. It is our evolved mind. It is the ascended masculine. And it's being positively aspected by Jupiter in Aries, a beautifully beneficial and optimistic masculine expression, and Mars as well. But this deeply masculine energy is seeking union and integration with Lilith. And, you know, we got Parabus here too. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I wrote here, Lilith and White Moon Celine can be united. They are not opposite forces. They are two sides of the same fucking coin. They are not opposites. Her opposite, you guys know me. This is what I wrote. I don't know. I wrote here, her opposite is a poor excuse for a fertility god, a dwarf compensating for a giant non-working dick with overt displays of male pride and sexual promiscuity. Even though it doesn't actually fulfill anything in the end, he's still like pushing himself on maidens across the Greek mythological world. So that is the opposite of Lilith. This beautiful, primordial, feminine power. The exact opposite of that is, you know, a male force that is lacking its masculinity, ultimately. Okay. This is kind of off topic, but I'm just going to say it now because I'm going to close this book and we're going to move on to the next part of this story. This is a quote from the book Cosmic Astrology by June Wakefield on the chapter on Aquarius. The whole thing was fabulous. We were going to read a lot more, but it got cut from the show tonight to make room for others. But this part was really great, and I definitely wanted to touch on that. June says, which I think it's probably a woman. Maybe that's why I like that book so much. It's probably written by a woman. It's an older astrology book. Aquarius, this is a quote on Aquarius. Aquarius is the living electricity of the universe, trying to be human and sometimes not fully stabilized. Matter in abstract form. Aquarius is the vital electric waters of the universe, which in man becomes his blood. It is the cosmic life force that flows through the solar system, through the cosmos, and our bodies. In Leo, its opposite sign, governs the circulation of this electromagnetic life force. So they're saying that Aquarius governs the living electromagnetic energy that makes up the entire universe, manifested into human form. And that for us, that life force manifests within our blood. Now, Leo, the opposite sign of Aquarius, governs the heart. It literally governs the heart. And so it says Leo rules the circulation of this magnetic field. And so it shows you that, like, yes, you know, this is evolved consciousness. This is a very heady lunation, but it's being driven by the heart. It's being driven by that circulation of the life force energy by our heart, by our solar consciousness of Leo, and that primordial essence that Lilith represents. Okay, I think I said all the notes that I wanted to say in here. Okay, I want to talk about the comet. I have some notes and I have some slides. And then I also have, oh God, I got a lot. What time is it? 11:30? Whatever. We're just going to keep going. I'm going to release this video on YouTube a couple of days after the moon because I didn't do a monthly video. So we'll just go all the places. You guys can come back and watch it if you want. But yeah, the books that I used for divination, like, fucking blew my mind. It's crazy. And the cards that I pulled also blew my mind. Okay, so we're in the midst of this transit of the comet C 2022 E3 ZFT. The ZFT comes from, it's an abbreviation of the observatory that first found this comet. I don't know where they got the E3 from, but it was discovered in 2022. And it comes into our skies for us to see now. It first came into view in January. While it made its trip to the closest point, it will get to the sun. And now it is on its way towards the Earth. It is transiting through a very significant area of the fucking sky. It is a circumpolar asteroid. A circumpolar comet. So it is transiting across the fucking pole star in the constellation of Ursa Minor, which is the pole star constellation. And so it's transiting through an area in the sky, making it visible to every single place on Earth. Okay? So this book, which I was planning on reading a lot out of, and, I think I might, on comets, talks a lot about all of these historical connections to comets in the past, and how, comets were certain comets were seen over just like one country or a couple countries. And those specific countries like had floods or crazy weather patterns or wars or whatever break out. Lots of fucking wars, guys. Like lots and lots and lots of wars. This one's going to be seen by the whole world. It's a comet that we haven't seen for 50,000 years, since the pre-Diluvian world. And it transits over a fucking rad ass part of the sky. Okay, so it starts in January when, on January 12th, it reached the closest it will get to the sun. And when it was at that point of the closest it will get to the sun, it was in the Corona Borealis constellation. So when I talk about Ophiuchus, and I talk about how he is whatever, we'll just use this chart, it doesn't matter. When I talk about Ophiuchus and I talk about how he is standing here across the constellations of Sagittarius and into Scorpio, and he's standing here with a serpent in his grasp, and he's working to tame this serpent. And in doing so, his foot on the galactic center unlocks galactic consciousness, right? I talk about how Ophiuchus is the son of Apollo, how Apollo is responsible for severing our connection to Gaia, severing our connection to the serpent. He literally killed Gaia's serpent and then stole all of her priestesses and her fucking temple and turned it into the Oracle of Delphi. And then from there, we just saw this rise in solar cult religions and this death of the earth goddess religion. He literally is responsible for severing our connection to the serpent, to the goddess. Well, his son, Ophiuchus, is responsible for the reintegration of the serpent. He stands here in Sagittarius. The serpent falls here more in Scorpio, and he's holding it in his grasp and he's taming it. And the serpent is reaching up, and it's reaching up for the fucking Corona Borealis, which is the crown constellation. Now, Ophiuchus cannot reach this crown himself. He can only reach it if he can tame the serpent. The serpent can reach it for him. And in doing so, he crowns them sovereign beyond that of the duality of the solar lunar consciousness. And they pierce the fabric of space-time, opening that galactic center and becoming galactic in origin. The corona borealis represents sovereignty. It represents the crown of consciousness, the corona of light, the awakening process. And this comet comes through the crown, and then it goes, which way is it going? It's going through the crown. Let me read it. I have it written down. The constellations, the order of the constellations it goes in. Because this is the two different, let me just read it to you. So it moved out of the corona borealis. It moved in on the 12th of January, started to move out on the 14th. It passes through Draco, the dragon. It passes through Ursa Minor. This is the pole star right here. Passes through Ursa Minor. I think that the corona borealis is down here. And then it goes up through Draco, through Ursa Minor, and eventually it ends up in the, I cannot pronounce this word, Camelopardalis. It's a giraffe. It's a giraffe constellation that was like added in like the 16 or 1700s by an astronomer. And that's where it ends from view and it starts to fade from our ability to see it. It will be the brightest on February 2nd. But the best time to see it will be the night of this new moon. I'm actually planning on trying to go to an observatory. So I live here in LA. We have the Griffith Observatory, but they still mandate proof of vaccination to go inside and see the telescope or like any of the planetarium or any of that stuff. You can bring your own telescope and like set it up out on the hill, but you can't go inside. But I was reading this book on Jack Parsons and like the Jet Propulsion's Laboratory in Pasadena and all this stuff. And apparently there's another observatory in Pasadena that I didn't even know existed, and that's not far from me at all. So I'm gonna try to go there. I want to actually see it from a big telescope. Through mine it's just gonna look like a fuzzy light, but it's supposed to be this like brilliant display of like green. Okay, is there anything else I want to say on this page? I have a whole bunch of stuff on a PDF. But this is an actual picture of this comet that was, I think, released by NASA just a couple of days ago. Taken with two different pictures, superimposed upon each other to be able to get like the different colors. This is a graphic also released by NASA that shows the path of the comet. And so we have the sun here and the earth here, and this is its orbital path. So when it gets to about right here, this will be when it's at its brightest to us. Okay, so I think I said some of this stuff already. But yeah, it makes its closest approach to the sun on the 12th, like I had said. And then a few weeks later, the comet passes its nearest to Earth on February 1st. Even you guys down under get to see it, but you guys get to see it in February. Hold on, I have the date here for you. And okay, so apparently comets are kind of hit or miss. Like this comet that I'm about to talk about or read this book from, I have no idea how to pronounce it. I have no idea. It's a comet from 1973 that starts with a K. Kohouteke. I have no idea. That comet, everybody was very excited about. They were all talking about it. And apparently it didn't get super bright. So it wasn't as brilliant a display as they had thought it was going to be. They're kind of hit or miss, and it's hard for them to predict, but they're hoping that it can be bright enough for you to see with the naked eye, but you can definitely already see it with binoculars and a telescope if you have a decent one. But a lot of times comets fail to reach their magnitudes and like get bright enough. But this is a possibility that it can get very bright for us to see. So it's going to pass through the circumpolar part of our sky. If you have followed my work for a while, you know that's a very important area of the sky, that pole star. That is the axis mundi, that polar pillar that all of the ancients were focused on, that still point that all stars rotate around. That comet is going to pass right over it. It's going to pass through the crown, it's going to pass through the pole star, it's going to pass through the dragon, and it's going to pass through the Boots constellation. And then eventually it's going to end in this constellation, which is the Giraffe. It's a modern constellation. It will be visible all night as we enter the last week of January, and then it should be its brightest by February 1st. And then it goes on to say that, I don't know where it says it, but you guys down under get to see it like the first couple weeks of February from your perspective. But if we're lucky, it's going to get super bright. Okay, so I want to talk about comets, and I want to reference some books. I was going to make a PDF with all of this information in here, but I didn't get around to it, so we're just going to read it out of the book. Let me come over here. Okay, so this is a book that I, of course, got from Tavis. Okay, this, I don't know how to pronounce it, but this is the name of the comet. And this book is from 1973. It came out before the comet arrived. The greatest fiery chariot of all time. I guess it turned out to not be super bright. But what is so cool is that this comet from 1973 is literally the origin point of the word starseed. So I was planning on diving into I don't even know if I would call this a book, this pamphlet by Timothy Leary that he channeled when he was in solitary confinement in Folsom Prison in 1973. And supposedly him and a bunch of his followers who were all in prison at the same time for like weed charges, they all had similar visions at the same time. And he channeled this transmission that he calls the starseed transmissions, which I've read several times. The last time I read this, I was so fucking high on weed brownies, and I read it, and I wrote like all these notes, and at the time I thought I was like cracking the fucking code, you guys. And I don't know if you guys have partaken in massive amounts of weed brownies and or psychedelics, but when you're in that sort of like mode, everything is making so much sense. So when you write your notes, you write like just little blurbs, and you're like, oh, that will totally make sense later. And when you go back and read it, you're like, what the fucking shit am I saying here? So I don't know. I need to reread this book, but I know I disagree with the majority of what he has to say. In here, for his vision of the future, Timothy Leary is a transhumanist. He is a huge, massive proponent of mixing man and machine. He, of course, has ties to the CIA and the MKUltra experiments and all kinds of other things. That being said, I still vibe with the dude. Like, he's got a lot of stuff to say. You know, he was the first sort of PSYOP-controlled opposition. I mean, not the first, there were many, but he was definitely a sort of PSYOP-controlled opposition that was thrown into the counterculture movement and the awakening that was transpiring during the 60s and the 70s. But the word starseed, people don't know this. The word starseed originated in the mind of Timothy Leary. There were other books that came out in the years to follow, like this book by Ken Kesey, The Starseed Transmissions, which is the same name that he uses here, Starseed Transmissions. That book came out in 1982. He calls it Starseed, Transmitted from Folsom Prison by Timothy Leary. And you can see those lovely hexagons. They love the fucking hexagons. I'm all graphene oxide. And you see the S's. I'm like, this looks very SS to me, but okay. I went off on a whole bunch of tangents in here. We were going to talk about this, but this is a channeling that he did prior to this comet coming. And he called this comet Starseed. And he said that it was heralding an omen of this like new age. And he's, my bun is totally falling out. He like starts off the channeling like literally connecting to a black hole, which he has a lot in his chart. But he looks at it so negatively. Like, it's so funny. Him and I have a lot of similar placements, but our views are so polar opposite each other on so many different things. But he looked at the 1973 comet as this omen for the influx of star seeds, right? And then from there, tons of other people started to have these same sort of insights. There's this book by Ken Carey, very similar, this has a huge transhumanist, technological, like, we're computers, we may as well merge with them vibe. This is very Christian leaning, as is this one. The Star People by Brad and Francie Steiner also came out in 1982. And there's tons of other books that came out around that same time, late 70s, early 80s. And that is where this term starseed came from, that we all use just willy-nilly. Definitely came from Timothy Leary, who I don't trust very much. So I wanted to dive so much deeper into this book, you guys, but I think I want to just kind of cover the beginning, touch on a couple of historical connections to comets in the past, so you can maybe get an idea of how this may be manifesting for us on a collective scale. Okay, yeah. This comet that was in 1973 is on a 75,000 year orbit. So that one that like heralded Timothy Leary in some sort of like psychosis, gnosis transmission. It's supposedly him and all his followers had like the same vision too. And you used to be able to read so much about this online, even on like his Wikipedia. There was a Wikipedia even for this specific transmission. There were tons of stuff that you could read about this, and now it's been scrubbed. Can't find it. I mean, I probably could if I got on like DuckDuckGo or some search engine and dug around. I could probably find it, but it ain't at the top like it used to be. So that was on a 75,000 year orbit. It's a really big orbit, you know, much like the one that we are currently in the midst of experiencing. So this is a huge, massive omen for change. We have other comets that we see more often, like Halley's Comet, which came, the last time it came was 1986, right before I was born. I was born in 87. It's on a 75-year orbit. So we will see it again in 2061. Before that, we saw it in 1758. The Enki comet, which is part of the Taurid meteor stream, which is a meteor stream that we see twice a year during Taurus season and Scorpio season. during Halloween and also during Taurus season. The Taurid meteor stream is caused by the debris left in the wake of the Enki comet. It's spelled Encke, very close to the name of the Sumerian god Enki, which is literally tied to the Sumerian Babylonian flood myth. But it's believed that this Enki comet and the asteroids and the meteors that fall to Earth from its tail were responsible for the Younger Dryas period and the end of the last ice age and the flood. And that comet is on a 1,204 day orbit. So 3.3 years. It's on a 3.3 year orbit. Comes around every 3.3 years. It's one of the hazardous asteroids that's very close to Earth, and our comets that's very close to Earth and could in theory take us out at some point. And so it is very strongly tied to past cataclysm, like literally the end of the ice age, and the flood. This comet is on a 50,000 year orbit, like I've said before. So it's like a big collective shift, as opposed to like Halley's Comet, which comes and like brings certain changes and upsets. These are really big collective changes that often signal the end of civilizations sometimes, or the beginning of a new chapter. Okay, those are just some notes I wrote there. All right, comets have always been associated with revolutionary, usually violent changes. Wars, epidemics, volcanic eruptions, drought, and famine. Horrendous earthquakes, tidal waves, bloody uprisings, and the overthrow of governments, and the downfall of leaders. Every catastrophe the human mind can recall has been blamed on comets at one time or another. Whether any truth to such legends or not, it's no mere rumor that comets do exert a fantastic influence on the human mind and emotions. He goes on to say, I'm not going to read that whole thing, but he goes on to say that the Earth and Venus used to both be comets, and that Venus has this tail that trails behind it. And I was like, what the fuck? I've never heard that before. And I Googled it. It's true. I mean, they don't know that it used to be a comet, but it does have a tail that trails behind it. He goes on to say, I am not a mystic or anti-science, but that, we're going to give credence to astrology and the realm of psychic parapsychology, and we're going to expand our perspectives. We're going to look at historical influences, but we're also going to look at astrological influences. And he does a great job in this book of showing all the different angles. He goes on to say that all of the ancient astronomers that we give such credit to, like Galileo and Da Vinci and Kepler, they were all astrologers, and they weren't really trying to just look at the cosmos. They were trying to decode it in a spiritual way. They were all astrologers, and the field of astronomy was discovered by accident. He says they all accepted and practiced astrology, and in doing so created the modern science of astronomy purely by accident. There are some scientists with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, for example, who are convinced that our weather is influenced by the sun and moon. Corporations motivated by nothing but pragmatic materialism are secretly employing the talents of astrological experts to predict how economic trends will be affected by changes in the sun's electrodynamic field. The calculations of some of these experts have been thrown out of phase by the unexpected appearance of the comet, I'm going to call it the comet starseed because I literally cannot say this fucking word. I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to embarrass myself. I should have looked up how to pronounce it. You guys, if you saw my Google search history and how often I type in a word and then the word pronounce after it. Oh my God. Oh, Lord, help me. Okay. The calculations of some of these experts have been thrown out of phase by the unexpected appearance of this comet in 1973, which caused unpredictable waves in its 2,500,000 mile per hour sweep around the sun. So, our solar system is a cohesive unit, right? And so when these unexpected events come and sweep through and make that big horseshoe around the sun, this creates an electromagnetic disturbance that we feel, and it ripples out within our reality. A new generation of scientists is discovering that the world's weather, even how people think, feel, and behave, is conditioned by seemingly unrelated and distant cosmic phenomena. A few specialists have found that terrestrial phenomena are indeed influenced by cosmic dust, poisonous gases, tiny micrometeorites, and clouds of microscopic particles through which the Earth occasionally passes in its spiraling orbit of the sun. Sometimes we go through the tail of these comets and a lot of this dust falls to Earth. We might get to the point where he says that. I don't know what chapter he says that in. But a lot of this dust falls to Earth, and after that happens, so that won't happen with this asteroid, but it's expected to happen in the future with the Anki asteroid. I just can't remember when. I think I wrote it somewhere. When that happens, that dust is often what's blamed for these huge epidemics, like the Black Plague and things like that. Okay, we know less about human nature than we do about comets, or the remains of a planet once called Vulcan, which is another one of those hypothetical points. You can put that in your chart. Technological magic does strange and terrible things to our sense of wonder. It's a fragile faculty, easily eroded by labor-saving devices, electronic teaching machines, anything that deprives us of direct interaction with nature, even in small ways. The nations that have the most of everything are often the ones that grow most quickly tired of everything. By the way, I have my Moldavite on today, which is a tektite. It's not a meteorite. It's a tektite, which is caused by a meteorite hitting the ground and mixing with the sand and creating tektites. And this was created 15 million years ago when an asteroid hit the Earth. Meteorite hit the Earth. Does anybody give a damn why comets spin on their axis the way planets do? They do, So does the sun. There's a reason for it. But scientists don't know that reason. Some of these astronomers think the Star of Bethlehem was a comet. Pitus Pilate, oh my God, so bad. The guy who condemned Jesus to death committed suicide during the tenure of the comet of 55 AD. 24 years later, on November 1st, 79 AD, a comet was visible over Europe and Africa. When Pinley was an eyewitness to the terrible eruption of Mount Vesuvius, I know I said that wrong too, and the destruction of Pompeii, there were Crusaders' comets, war comets, and comets of drought and flood. Every comet in history has been associated with war and catastrophe. And like it or not, so will this asteroid. So will this comet. It's going on right now. So I I couldn't remember the dates of the Vietnam War, so I looked it up, and the Vietnam War was until 75. I wasn't sure if it was 73 or 75. So the Vietnam War was from 1955 to 1975, so it's definitely happening during 1973. But apparently there was a war that just lasted in 1973 that was called the Yom Kippur War. And it had a lot to do with like the Middle East. And it took place literally during a certain amount of months only in 1973, this year. So, yeah, I love them. Okay, I'm trying to only read the things I highlighted. One of these visitors, an extremely small one from the fringes of interstellar space, smashed with the impact of a score of hydrogen bombs into a remote region of Siberia in 1909. Lubis, this guy, this is his last name, who discovered this comet, was searching for a comet he believed would pass within 5 million miles of Earth in 1971. He couldn't find it. Instead, he discovered a group of 50 planets, minor planets, and asteroids. Many of ones that we use as astrologers. So he was looking for a comet that was going to come by in 71, but he accidentally stumbled upon 50 minor planets and asteroids. And then while he was scanning those asteroids, he found this comet that was going to come in 1973. Spectacular as they appear, the tails of comets are extremely tenuous. They bend under the pressure of light. From time to time, whenever the Earth passes through clouds of particles and comets' tails, strange things have happened. The bubonic plague, epidemics, and other diseases. Some scientists now speculate that there's a connection. The Earth passed through the tail of Halley's Comet in 1910. Horrible rains in Europe flooded several cities. Paris was nearly washed away in the most disastrous flood in that city's history. Undermined buildings fell into the swollen, raging scene. In the first book of Chronicles, King David in the Bible is hiding on the floor at Orman when his terrified followers behold a brilliant comet. Dragging behind it is a great tail that fills the sky. Soon after the tail passes, great pestilence breaks out and kills 70,000 people. The comet of 1347, however, swept the sky like a sword of doom as the Black Death, the world's worst epidemic of bubonic plague, killed half the people on Earth. The Black Plague struck again in 1665, just as another spectacular comet appeared in the sky, leaving a tail through which the Earth passed. A horrible coincidence, perhaps, but the populations of great cities and entire continents were decimated. Pandemic influenza spared the life of Daniel Webster, who blamed the appearance of a comet for the widespread disease. Mark Twain was born under Halley's Comet and correctly predicted his own death with its return. On August 19, 1763, the city of London was suddenly blacked out in mid-morning as the Earth orbiting through the tail of another comet. The blackness was impervious. The blackness was impervious to candles and lanterns. In Minnesota, on April 2nd, 1989, a comet had just passed the Earth when intense darkness settled on the land. Tons of sand streamed down out of the darkness and terrified the people for miles. Several minor comets swept by in September 1950. Too far to have had any effect on the atmosphere, but a weird blue sun shone weakly over a large part of the United States on the 24th. Weakly, like faintly, not like for a week. 2 days later, all of Western Europe was astonished to see the sun had changed to a blue-green color. Never was there a comet, either in ancient or modern times, which false prophets did not claim signified the end of the world. And they go on to say that this comet was no different. Everybody was claiming it was going to be the end of the world. Halley's Comet was once known as Caesar's Comet, and Attila's Comet, and Napoleon's Comet. Hannibal and Hitler had one. Fanatics are forever doomsdaying the earth, predicting the death of Chairman Mao and hoping for the best. Some say Israel will crush the Arab nations, or vice versa. They're talking about that Yom Kippur War. Some say that Israel will crush the Arab nations, or vice versa. Someday, somebody's got to be right. There will be earthquakes and floods too. Leaders will fall, governments could be overthrown, and volcanoes are sure to erupt. There'll be bloody race riots, revolutions, and plagues of lotuses everywhere, drought and starvation. Fanatic, unexplainable things will happen and be remembered. All this and even more will be blamed on the comet. And who knows, maybe the popular wisdom of the eyewitnesses of history who saw comets during great catastrophes simply put two and two together. And perhaps they were right. According to, so this is called Comets of History. According to the sacred legends of the ancient Jews, the coming of the Messiah would be foretold by a flaming star. In the 19th century, the author of History of Comets believed that the Star of Bethlehem that signaled the birth of Jesus was the most important comet of all time. Astronomical calculations for the date of birth of Jesus of Nazareth actually indicate that Halley's Comet was visible in 7 BC over Arabia, Syria, and the Holy Land, when Herod was king of Judea. Terrified by the great comet, he consulted the oracle in Rome, who interpreted the hairy star, they call it that a lot, they say that a lot in here, as a harbinger of the birth of a boy destined to become far greater than Herod himself, the king of Judea. Herod then launched a period of bloody infanticide by ordering his own 2 infant sons murdered to ensure his ascendancy. After having them beheaded, he ordered the king of Antipater, his eldest son. He ordered the killing of his eldest son. Still unsatisfied, he then ordered the massacre of every male infant born in Judea under this comet, as reported in Matthew chapter 2. The comet's appearance was of a longer duration than anyone had predicted, as it kept blazing day in and day out in the Judean heavens. The king became absolutely crazed with fear. In sheer desperation, he made several attempts to commit suicide and died about a week later, allegedly from a loathsome disease, but probably from severe infection from however he tried to kill himself. The ancients kept fairly good astronomical records of these hairy stars, these fiery chariots that seem to sweep across the sky. There's lots of like self-fulfilling prophecies that happen around this time. I can see the powers that be attempting to, bend things in their will by taking action upon themselves to prevent their downfall actually being their downfall, right? There are more post than pre-Christian records surviving, though. Of course, they destroyed everything. But I guarantee you, in the Vatican Secret Library, there is some documentation down there. And they go on to talk about how Venus is supposedly a comet, and this one dude thought it. And I looked it up, and he's really the only dude who talks about it, Valinsky or something. And they consider him like a heretic, and nobody agrees with him. And they talk about him for a while. I want to get to that. All right, we're going to read a couple more pages. Okay. We don't need to read about Venus being a comet. This is him. This is this guy. The guy who... This is a doc... No, we don't need to read that. It's kind of long. It's kind of funny, though. I kind of want to read it. Okay, I'm going to read it. So this is Dr. Ambrose Pierre's record of the comet of 1528. Now, he wrote this when he was adult, but he saw the comet when he was 11 years old. So we do have to keep that in mind. But it says, why do comets inspire such terror? Well, here is the record of this guy, right? This comet was so horrible, so frightful. It produced such great terror in the vulgar that some died of fear and others fell sick. It appeared to be of excessive length and was the color of blood. At the summit of it was seen the figure of a bent arm, holding in its hand a great sword, as if about to strike. At the end of the point there were 3 stars. On both sides of the rays of this comet were seen a great number of axes and knives and blood-colored swords, among which were many hideous human faces, with beards and bristling hair. And the author goes on to say, some comet. And that he was a kid when he wrote it. Okay. Halley's Comet, which has been traced back to pre-Christian era, has been traditionally accepted as the worst and most fearful comet influence in history. One of the most traditional rules about comets is that they cause disastrous floods. Well, since January, we have been having lots of floods all over the world. I do think that they have weather modification machines and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But it could also be this influence from outside of our solar system coming and causing these weather changes, right? And they're talking about how some have short transits, like the Encke Comet, which is 3.3 years, and then some have long ones, like this one and the one that we're experiencing. Every once in a while, astronomers try to calculate the catastrophic heat that might be released by a gigantic comet striking the sun. This comet and the one we're about to experience are much too distant to even consider a sun gazer. But some, like Encke, could. And it would destroy us. They have more words, but that's pretty much what they say. Okay, I want to get to the astrology part. Okay, a couple more pages. Okay. So they're talking about all different historical connections. I am not going to read all of these. I'm just going to read a couple that stood out, but they're just talking about war after war after war, date, flood, this, earthquake, just time and time again, right? So some comets were observed in 1910, the year of the last appearance of Halley's Comets. There were multiple comets that year. Many were unexpected. This coincided with the discovery of Halley's Comet. this coincided with great riots in Germany. These socialist franchises' fits of violence were reflected in the United States by bloody, far-ranging, and widespread strikes and labor riots. I just saw that there is a huge protest happening in France with a ton of laborers. I heard that there were like 1 million people out there today. There were labor riots in Pennsylvania. A French astrologer, Madame Thebes, predicted widespread floods and a great disaster for France, possibly because she lived there. Well, her fears were realized by unexpected rains and floods. 1/4 of France was covered by water, which completely flooded Paris. Every bridge crossing the Seine River was totally submerged. Similar floods occurred in France, Germany, and China. The Morehouse comet was interpreted by Italian astrologers as a dire warning of earthquakes, and Messina, the city of Messina, was devastated shortly after. Another earthquake comet was discovered by a man named Ross on March 17th, 1906. A month later, close to its closest passage to the sun, it was being closely observed by the Lick Observatory when the San Francisco quake on April 17th nearly destroyed the city. The job was finished by the fires that burned everything to the ground. In 1861 and 1862, 2 comets called the First and Second Civil War comets both appeared over North America. The first was the brightest comet of the 19th century. Sir John Herschel, the British astronomer who discovered the planet Uranus, it didn't tell me the date though, who discovered the planet Uranus, reported, quote, "This far exceeds the brilliance of any comet I have before observed, those of 1811 and the recent splendid of 1856 not excepted." In the 1861 comet was discovered by amateurs and was brightest during the summer months over the United States. Astrologers predicted a great civil war, which occurred as expected. At the height of the comet's brilliance, another comet with flaming jets spurting from its head also appeared over North America. This coincided with its appearance, and immediately afterward, 5 of the bloodiest battles of the war were fought. Dante's comet had a curved tail and charged straight down from the direction of the pole star, like the one that we have right now. It was visible from June 1858 to April 1859 and was seen at its brightest in the southern United States, Mexico, Italy, and the Far East, including China and India. The British colonial forces had their backs against the wall during the tenure of the Dante's comet. The rising armies of India took their toll, and the Chinese began to fight against enforced drug traffic and enslavement of their people. Japan was being torn apart by revolution and civil war. In Mexico, Juarez was embroiled in an internal civil war, and at the same time fighting a full-scale war in France. By the time the comet faded, the French and Italians were pitted in a deadly struggle against the Austrians. Encke's comet made another appearance in 1848 when there were revolutions tearing most of Europe apart. Civil wars were fought in Hungary, France, Austria, Bohemia, Poland, Italy, and Germany. In May 1836, as soon as the comet became generally visible through Europe, the dreaded Black Death spread through Egypt, killing millions. In Alexandria alone, 9,000 people died in a single day. I wrote around my captions. Okay, I wrote here, that this 2023 comet will be coming the same time as the freaking moon we just talked about, the Aquarius moon, which falls conjunct that great conjunction point, which is the origin point for the distribution of the experiment into the bloodstream, which Aquarius apparently governs the life force bloodstream of the collective. And I wrote here that this kind of mass death may be coming from the effects of that experiment. I wrote here Pluto is coming. Pluto moving into Aquarius is going to completely change that house for us. But Pluto is the planet of death, especially mass death. And Aquarius governs humanity. So Pluto moving into Aquarius definitely signals mass death in some way. Halley's Comet blazed briefly over North America at almost the exact time of the Great New York Fire wasted the entire business section of the largest city in America. The fire roared for days and nights, totally out of control. 18 million in property damage. 530 buildings and homes were destroyed. As Halley's Comet swung over the southern hemisphere, one bloody war after another erupted. In Cuba, Mexico, Ecuador, Central America, Peru, Argentina, and Bolivia. And so it went on the opposite side of the world from the Alamo. 10,000 Zulu warriors massacred, 97 Boer men and women, and 185 children. The violence subsided as soon as Halley's Comet disappeared. It is difficult to perceive the overall significance of a hurricane or cyclone when you're in the middle of it. Governments had fallen under comets, so we're in the midst of it. So this is something we can look back on in a couple years and be able to see what exactly manifested from this comet. It's hard to actually kind of tell what's going on when you're in the midst of it, right? The appearance of Halley's Comet seemed always to be associated with very profound national and political upheavals. Spanish chroniclers reported a comet blazing over Spain, Italy, and the Mediterranean and South America in 1823. The French armies conquered Spain and reinstated the Spanish king. At the same time, the terrible Spanish Inquisition was revived to deal with revolutionaries, thousands of whom were tortured to death. The Greeks fought a bloody war for their independence, while the Central and South Americans were also engaged in violent conflicts. Napoleon's comet appeared for one night over France and St. Helena in 1821, the night before Napoleon died. The greatest comet of modern times until this one was visible for 17 months in 1811 and 1812, and it coincided with the Great War of 1812. Some call it Napoleon's comet. Under its 100 million mile long tail, the little corporal assembled his great army, the greatest force ever assembled since that of the Circes, and invaded Russia. Around the world, the British, Americans, Indians, and Egyptians were engaged in, quote, bloodletting rituals of their own, which is what war is. It's a bloodletting ritual. It always has been, and it always will be. Oddly enough, events in 1689 came very close to being what was later known as a world war. A brilliant comet was seen all over Europe, and the continent was immediately plunged into war. France, Germany, England, Italy, and Spain went at it with fire and sword, where Ireland and Scotland occupied themselves with a religious war. 4 million people were killed alone. Okay. A little bit more. How comets influence us. Do I want to read that? I'll read this part. So-called popular wisdom is usually put down by scientists. Astronomers get upset by the claims of astrologers who grossly outnumber them and show hardly any tendency towards hard discipline. Checks out. The basic idea behind astrology is rather like Einstein's unified field theory, i.e., that there is a universal constant whereby laws that apply in one part of the universe apply equally in all parts of the universe. The sun, planets, asteroids, comets, and moons of this system are mutually interactive. But there are larger laws. Astronomers refuse to entertain the bizarre notion that stars and planets could influence anything on Earth, particularly the way people think and behave. As far as distant stars are concerned, they may involve the inverse square law that they're probably right. But according to what is now being learned about the effects of the interplanetary magnetic field and other barely detectable fields of force, the popular wisdom seems to be far out in front. I thought I wasn't going to agree with him on a lot of the astrology stuff. I thought he was going to belittle us, but he's on our side. This isn't an unproven theory. A little known, I've never heard this before, you guys. This was all new to me, and I thought it was actually kind of cool. A little known but highly successful stock market forecasting system based in New York City actually combines the basic tenets of astrology with Einstein's unified field theory. The system has been predicting changes in the stock market with uncanny accuracy for the past 8 years. This was written in 1973. Unlike astrology, which attributes specific influences or characteristics to each planet, the discoverers and founders of space-time forecasting, I'm going to look into them, trace every major twist and turn of the stock market directly to the sun's own dynamic activity. Simply put, the sun generates an enormous field of force that envelopes the entire planetary system. This force field or solar atmosphere has very real and often dramatic effects on all living things on Earth, including human beings. The planets in their orbiting of the sun disrupt and change this field locally and otherwise. This explanation of the mechanics of the space-time forecasting has a compelling kind of logic. Lewis and Muriel Hasbrouck spent almost 40 years developing their system to the point where they can now accurately forecast proton events, solar flares that cause atmospheric and geomagnetic disturbances, and geophysical activities such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Their system has excited the interest of major corporations such as Boeing, Aircraft Corporation, and United States Airlines. One of their most influential clients became so enthusiastic about space-time's ability to predict the exact times of solar flares and geomagnetic storms that he introduced Hasbrouck's system to government officials. If the solar field influences the emotions of people in mass, the condition of the stock market, for example, is a reflection of how most people feel at any given time, and is altered even by the passage of a very distant planet such as Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. It stands to reason that a cometary body on an erratic sunward path could cause even greater disturbances than usual in the solar field. And when it comes to the Earth, the powerful wake of the comet must have a profound effect on the kind of solar radiation that reaches Earth. According to these dudes, the sun is the only living thing, the center of all life in our solar system. It generates an enormous field of energy in all directions. It stretches invisibly towards us from the main line of concentration along the equatorial belt of the sun. The fields of planets and other cosmic bodies agitate and change the solar field, which produces regular periods called waves. They don't call them cycles. Their space-time graph looks like a rhythmic heartbeat of the sun. It begins to make sense as soon as the space-time subscribers picture the sun as a living, pulsating entity, with the planets as disturbers in the field. I find this interesting, but I also don't agree with it. I think the whole cosmos is a living, breathing entity. All of the suns and stars and black holes and planets are part of that inner working. Wow, the sun, yes, has a very strong electromagnetic field. We know now that tons of the planets do, all the planets do too. And now we know about like black holes and all kinds of stuff. And so it really is like bigger than the sun. I think this is limiting, but it's definitely interesting to consider how the planets moving make waves in the electromagnetic field of the sun. And then we feel that here on Earth, and how a comet coming through would do that same thing, right? One example of how this works is when the biomagnetic field of your body interferes with the reception of your radio or your TV set, or vice versa, when the frequencies of these devices interfere with our body. The bone, do we want to read any more of this? Because they go on to talk more about that system, but I think I summarized it pretty good. Okay, so it goes on to talk about how comets historically have been tied to omens of great change, whether it is the birth of a king or a messiah or a savior, or the heralding of war and destruction and shifting of power structures. They signal profound periods of change. And so this is definitely going to usher in a profound period of change. I mean, Jupiter just moved into Aries. Saturn, which has been in Aquarius, is about to move into Pisces on March 7th. Pluto, which has been in Capricorn since 2008, is about to move into Aquarius on March 23rd. We are in the heralding of great change. We are already have the tensions with Russia and China and the Ukraine. It's not far-fetched to think that big things are on the horizon for the collective. But while this simultaneously is associated with like earthquakes and floods and fires and deaths and war, it also is associated with like the birth of Jesus of Nazareth and other noble births. And Timothy Leary, as crazy as the man was, as tangled as he was with the powers that be, he looked at the arrival of this comet in 1973 as the heralding of this rise of awakened starseeds. He was right. You know what I mean? From then on, like, look at where we are now. Look at the kind of stuff we're talking about here on the internet. This shit would have blown his fucking mind back in the day. And that dude did a lot of acid, so his mind was already blown. Yeah. Okay, so I want to kind of touch on a couple other things, and then I have some cards. We were going to talk a lot more about comets, you guys, but then I fell in that apogee thing. which I still don't fucking understand. So please, all of you astrologically inclined people out there, please, for the love of God. Now I understand the apogee and the perigee. It's the dude with the dick, right? Which oscillates a little bit because its orbit is slightly smaller than Black Moon Lilith, so it can get within an in conjunction or an opposition, but that's it. It can only go between one sign away from exact opposition with Lilith. But I have no idea what White Moon Celine is. I have no idea. I know her orbit is however long. I wrote it down somewhere. 7 years. Black Moon Lilith's is 9 years. White Moon Lilith's is 7. And the dude with the dick is 8. So they are not opposites of each other. What they are, I don't know. We'll figure it out. So I decided that I was going to do some Biblionancy because I have a bunch of books that I want to dive into, and you know I'll never get around to all of them. And this moon is positively aspecting Jupiter, which literally governs books. So I know was in alignment. And so I figured we'd start with this Encyclopedia of Atlantis. I was like, let's just open it and see what Neptune conjunct Atlantis wants us to know. And then I also dove into this book by Robert Graves on the White Goddess. Oh, the page I pulled. So good. And then I also dove into this book. It's called Dark Moon, but it's not about Black Moon Lilith. It's about the faking of the moon landing and all of the evidence for that. And I was like, I saw it on the shelf. I was like, well, let's see what's in there. And it proved enlightening as well. So I opened the Atlantis book to the page that covers both the Golden Age and Gorgons, which is what Medusa is. And I have these things like these pages all linked on the PDF. Let me get rid of some of these. These pages on Lilith. This is from Astro.com on Lilith, and it talks about her connection to the sort of great goddess, the primordial goddess, and she even touches on the connection to Medusa as being an access point for Lilith, although I think it is this astrologer who talks about it. This is the only astrologer, Astro Kitty, that I could find, and she is from another country. Where is she from? She's in the Baltic states. She is the only astrologer I could find who I actually felt knew what she was talking about when it came to this white moon and the black moon and the different black moon Liliths and all of the different Liliths. And she goes on to talk about how Lilith is connected to Medusa and the tale of Medusa and the Gorgons as well, and the severing of the feminine and the repressing of her to the cave. And this is a really fabulous article. I linked it on the PDF. I'm going to link the PDF once we're done talking here. But she's the only one I felt really knew what she was talking about. Apparently she speaks Russian because she's able to read the Russian links that she linked here. I can't, but I do think I'm going to try to translate them because I think the only place we're going to find the answers is in German or in Russian. But interesting that they tied Black Moon Lilith to Medusa because she comes up here. Okay, this is linked on there, and this is linked on there too. So you guys can come and read these more about Lilith. Okay, let me go back over here. Now, this book is actually written by Frank Joseph, and the foreword is by Brad Steiner, or the same dude who wrote one of those Starseed books. The one that's called Star People. Same author. Pretty cool. All right, we'll start with the Golden Age, and then we'll talk about the Gorgons. the Golden Age. In Greek myth, the first age of mankind. So this comet last came by 50,000 years ago. The fall of Atlantis, the end of the last ice age, and the start of the Younger Dryas period, that impact collision that caused the flood, right, was supposedly somewhere around 11,500, 12,000 years ago. Prior to that was the pre-Diluvian world. So in theory, 50,000 years ago was probably in alignment with the Golden Age of Atlantis. Perhaps it was pre-Atlantis and it fell more in like the Lemurian epoch. It's up for debate. All of the dates out there for these things, they all contradict each other. There's no way to actually know. But all we know is it was pre-Diluvian. It was before the flood. So probably in alignment with this Golden Age. So interesting that we landed on that page. In Greek myth, the first age of mankind, when happiness, truth, and right prevailed on earth, it was known as the Golden Age. Not for any abundance of gold or wealth, but because the sun was universally worshipped as a benefit god. I don't think it was the sun in the Golden Age. I think it was the union of both. When we started to worship the sun and forget about the other half, that was when the split happened and the fall started to transpire, in my opinion. But I very rarely agree with anything I read or watch on Atlantis. So, you know, it is what it is. So, because they're worshiping the sun as a beneficial god. As such, some researchers point to the numerous solar orientations of ancient structures throughout the world, such as Ireland's 5,200-year-old tomb in Newgrange, with its rooftop aligned with the winter solstice, which is the peak of darkness where the light is birthed, which is what they're really honoring is the womb. Newgrange represents the womb of darkness and the rebirth of the light. So they don't understand that, but it's fine. Identical alignments occur throughout the world among North Americans' prehistoric mounds, on the Pacific Islands, in Egypt, in the Upper Nile Valley, and at many other locations. This epoch was... My cats. No meowing. I'm almost done. You can't come in here. No. In here. No. Get out of here. Hey. Zoff. You guys can't. You're going to be bad. Come on. Shoot. Oh my God. You guys. Okay, fine, but you better be good. I'll kick you out if you're not good. Alright, we're talking about the Golden Age, bro. Can we talk about the Golden Age? No? Alright, go. You climb on stuff, I'm kicking you out. Okay, so this epoch was also known as the Age of Kronos, which is Saturn, a titan associated with the Atlantic Ocean. Usually that's Poseidon, but okay. Indeed, Plutarch wrote that Kronos, after his defeat, was imprisoned under a mountain. This is an apt description of volcanic Mount Atlas, which is much to say the island of Atlantis. Thus, the Golden Age may refer to an early pre-Diluvian period of Atlantis, when seafaring cultures were establishing spiritual / scientific principles, he says, of the solar cult around the world. What are you guys doing? Oh, Jesus. Okay, So then I also, on the other page, is about the Gorgons, which is about Medusa. I'm not going to read all of this, but I am going to read a little bit, okay? In Greek myth, yeah, I see you. In Greek myth, the trio of sisters, so Medusa had sisters, other Gorgons. Hey! This isn't going to work, you guys. These cats are going nuts. All right, well, I opened this book, brought me to the Golden Age, and the Gorgons. The Gorgons oh my God, the cat is going nuts and is literally pulling pushpins off the pushboard. Okay, no, you crazy crackhead. Stop it. You stop it. You stop it. She's the crazy one. She goes nuts. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the Golden Age, that pre-Diluvian world, and also the Gorgons, which is the divine feminine turned into a monster and repressed to the nether reaches of the psyche because the other part of the divine feminine doesn't want to address her. So as the myth goes, Medusa was a beautiful woman, human woman with no snakes for hair. And she was devoted to the goddess Athena. Now, Athena is a lot like Eve. Athena was born from a man. She was not born from a womb. She was born from Zeus's head. And so her allegiance lied with the patriarchy. It fell with the light. She's a light-based goddess. And Medusa ended up being raped by Poseidon in the temple of Athena. And Athena did not want to address this core wound. She couldn't. She literally couldn't. She doesn't have that aspect of her psyche. And she turned Medusa into a Gorgon and shunned her to the caves because she didn't want to look at her and she didn't want to address that pain. And so we have the severing of the feminine happening not only by the masculine, but by the feminine itself, right? Okay. You guys are insane. You have to go. This isn't working for me. I want to read these cards, and I'm not going to be able to focus with you. Yeah, you little crazies. You're crazy. Shit. Okay. We were going to read from this book, too. But I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna summarize it. This page that I landed on here talked all about the lunar goddess as the virgin goddess and how it literally started as this Sophia archetype, this primordial, they called her Sophia or holy wisdom, and how eventually that morphed into the pure light-based virgin goddess, which we talked about here extensively. It's really beautiful the way it's written, but I don't think I'm going to read it. I want to move on to the cards. I do want to read this because it's short. So the page that I landed on for this Dark Moon book, which is all about how the moon landing was faked. Up at the top, it has this little box, and it says opposites, which I love because that's what we've been kind of talking about this whole time, is this polarity of opposites, right? And it says here, opposites. Science itself has no moral dimension. It is neither good nor evil. We must apply our own moral yardstick to judge its ethical value. So perfect for an Aquarius moon. It goes on to say that science and theology should be harmonized to provide a self-consistent view of reality. Science lacks an ethical basis and fails to speak to much that we humans experience. Fucking perfect for an Aquarius moon aspecting Jupiter. All right, so I have a bunch of cards. We're going to do the cards and then we'll call it a night. I always have these like grandiose ideas of all the stuff I'm going to cover. We can never cover it all. Fucking, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be probably the longest video ever. Because look at how many cards I have too. All right. There's another slide after this of more cards. Okay, so the archetypes cards that I pulled, I'm not sure why I pulled 2, but I did. The first card that came out was the comic, and the second card that came out was the thread. This deck is broken up into different archetypes. It has the archetypal selves, which the comic is one of. It has the archetypal places, like the mountain, the temple, the forest, things like that. It has archetypal tools, which the thread is. The thread is actually the final one of the archetypal tools, and it's the card that leads into the initiations, which have a lot to do with like gnosis and synchronicity and things like that. So we're going to cover these both, but the thread is leading us to our next trek into the realm of initiation. So the comic, Aquarius, they're fucking hilarious, man. They have like a dry, strange sense of humor that not everybody gets. It's kind of like British comedy to me. Aquarius is like British comedy. So both Aquarius and Jupiter, which is aspecting Aquarius, are both known as the comics of the zodiac. Even Mars over in Gemini too. So really this moon is asking us to have fun, lean into the things that we love, and experience the like joys of life. Find a way to like laugh and enjoy yourself. So the comic, the Joker, the clown, the fool. The comic carries a remedy for all that ails this world. Amid the deepest pain and suffering, there is always the potential to lift up and out of the darkness through laughter. Though dismissed by some as a lowbrow or unsophisticated, this archetype actually has a highly advanced mind. Some may use the word genius, as humor requires one to see the situation from afar rather than to be swept up by the drama. The comic sees and accepts the messiness of life, using it as material to be mixed and shaped into a potion to soothe the stressed and serious mind. They literally lighten us up. Thus, within the comic is usually the sage or the magician, working healing magic upon an audience who will lend an ear. The comic may be the archetype that heals the deep division in our world, one pun at a time. The comic has plenty of shade to throw on others, and it can fall into shadow at the drop of a hat. Beware of their sharp claws, especially with Lilith in opposition. Joy, jokes, and smiles are signs of a happy heart. Be wary of spiritual practices or teachers who leave the comic by the wayside. When this archetype is evolved, it is hilarious, ingenious, spirited, and easygoing. But in its lower archetype, it can be sarcastic, harsh, or drunk. And it says to go deeper, you can listen to stand-up or improv. I'm always in the mood for some George Carlin. He's a Taurus, so he sits square these points, but he has Aquarian leanings. Okay, the thread, the path, the vein, the circuit. I love that it says the vein. We were talking about how Aquarius is that like electromagnetic blood life force. The thread, the vein, the circuit. Life is a tangle. So much happens simultaneously and circuitously, leaving us grappling for meaning and direction in a network of distractions. When we connect to the energy of the thread, between those two streams of consciousness, when we connect to the energy of the thread, however, we strike the deepest vein in the body. Our whole being responds to its tug. Meaning is pumped through our bloodstream. Our mind and spirits are lifted. We remember who we are and what we came into this world to do. Though this happens on the most profound level, it could be the simplest incident that activates the thread. A song, an image, a conversation heard in passing. No matter how confusing and multi-layered our modern lives become, if we are connected to the thread, we are free. Being tethered to it is the only anchor our heart requires. You may think you have to find the thread and pull it. Imagine, though, that it is already tied around you, waiting for you to follow it home. Recall a moment in your life when you felt truly alive. The thread is waiting for you amid the details of that memory. When this archetype is evolved, it is the circuit of meaning within chaos. When it's in its lower archetype, it can represent frustration. Okay, so I pulled a couple other cards. I don't know why I pulled so many cards. I don't know, I just felt like I was just going with the flow. Okay. So I pulled some from that other deck to see how we can invest in body and navigate this moon, right? And so we're really being asked to develop the comic within that, like, ingenious, brilliant, comedic mind that can, like, laugh at the situation and have a good time in the fucking chaos. That will help us to find our thread and tether ourselves into, like, the eye of the storm ultimately, right? And so that's why I pulled two, because this deck is broken up into all the different elements, right? I tell you guys this all the time. Fire, earth, air, water, celestial, spiritual, dimensional, and the shadow realm. And it says if you pull a shadow card, to pull another card to see how you work through that. And the card that came out is Spirit of Shadow, star-crossed, which of course is about self-fulfilling prophecies. Oh my gosh. Okay. Spirit of Shadow. As the spirit of creativity falls into denial, it creates shadow synchronicity. Negative reinforcement is the name of the game. Being a self-fulfilling prophet is a feeling of power, and using the momentum of loss to do so is both addictive and self-perpetuating. A lesson in failure is one thing, but a perspective of impossibility is the easy, yet incredibly difficult way out. Each time I fail, I am inclined to speak out and say, "See, I told you I was not valid." This speaking out against myself, while self-defeating, is a feeling of certainty that I long for in this world so uncertain. This makes it attractive to create new failure in order to feel more certain. Ask yourself, how can I improve my attitude and perspective in order to change my situation? So this lunation is positively aspecting Jupiter, which has a lot to do with our belief systems. It has a lot to do with our connection to our higher self. It has a lot to do with, like, changing our perspective into a higher one. This card speaks a lot to the Lilith archetype, which has a lot to do with shadow and the repression, and the deeming things as unworthy. Both of these cards speak to Lilith. This speaks to Lilith's unbridled potential, but this speaks to the shadow aspect of it. And the, like, negative mindset, which, a lot has been happening on the collective stage that can make us disillusioned towards the future. Like, we're all fucked. Like, The New World Order is here. There's nothing we can do about it. We're heading into a dystopian fucking nightmare. And I don't think their plan is as fully implemented as they have made us believe. And this lunation is one where we can take the fucking reins and create it. Or we can be a self-fulfilling prophet with this negative mindset that's like, we're fucked, the future's fucked, and we will help to create the future that is fucked. Or we can take back our power as this force of nature and create the future that we want for ourselves and our children. So I'll read that card now. Fire of fire. As the driving will mates itself, it bolsters the contagion of a life of passion, poetry, and personal meaning. Inspiring action, the spread of ideas that drive, allowing for natural energies to operate through me, and learning to collaborate with power. A card of intensity and grace. By allowing, we become mighty. When we flow with nature, we have the strength of nature behind us. From one flame to another, building and building, a contagion of energies that collect and convert by way of resonance alone. Like is drawn to like, and together move with great power, greater power than the sum of their parts. Where once just a single flame began, a configuration can come to be when it catches on. Inquiry. How can I empower myself more by getting out of my own way and allowing my naturalness to ignite and shine through me? Aquarius is all about the real you, your authentic self, your authentic truth. How can I empower myself to get out of my way and allow my naturalness to ignite and shine through me? Love it. Okay. My fucking cats. Okay, we're almost done, I promise. Okay. So I pulled a couple more cards and I was like, okay, well, let's look and see what Lilith. So this is from the Light and Shadow Tarot. There's two decks, a shadow deck and a light deck. And I pulled a shadow card and a light card. And I wanted to see what Lilith wanted us to know and what Parabus or White Moon Celine, which when I pulled these cards, I still thought White Moon Celine sat opposite Lilith, wanted us to know. And I love the fucking cards that came out. So Lilith is the Ace of Wands, the One of Wands. And I wrote here that this represents the fact that she was here first and she holds the keys to our magic, which is rising up from the sea of the unconscious where she had been forgotten to time. The severing of the feminine and the rebirth and the rise of her. I wrote around in a bunch of circles. Sometimes I turn the things around. Okay, so I'll go ahead and read this from the book. It's so funny because it must have been the last cards I pulled from this deck too, because this page was already marked. The page for the One of Wands and the Two of Wands. So we've already been here before. The Ace of Wands. This is a great card for beginnings. It suggests a go-ahead state of being in which you can hardly fail at whatever enterprise you attempt. I said something very similar earlier. It also represents birth, both of an idea or of an actual child. It encourages you to take action, to move forward with confidence. However, any new enterprise may run into rough waters from which you may need help. Superimposed against the cosmos, the power of the wands is universal. In a shadow reading, the Ace of Wands is in a shadow reading. Here the wand rises above the rocks, thrust out of the magma from far below the sea. The serpents are there, as are the flowers, but now they have a chauncey look that may remind us of unintentional consequences. Creations with their own trajectory. There is much raw energy here, and a sense of wild power. I mean, that fucking sounds like Lilith to a T. And so I was like, okay, well, what does white moon Celine, or this like opposition of Lilith, want us to know? And I pulled the Two of Wands. It's the second one, right? The darkness came first and it birthed the light. Two of Wands. Some commentators have compared the characteristics of this card with the figure of Alexander the Great, who is said to have wept when he had conquered the known world because there was nowhere else to go. In the wider sphere of meaning, we may see references to great achievements which have nonetheless resulted in stasis. The secret here is to find a way forward through the jungles of wealth and possessions that can so easily misdirect our goals, right? That's what happens here in the realm of light. Our ego takes hold. In a light reading, some place negative interpretation on this card, but it can also stand for the rising of new possibilities. It may suggest a quarrelsome, angry person who tends to clash with those in authority. Aquarius. It may also be someone in a position of power. But above all, it represents partnership, planning, and getting properly started. And then I pulled one more card from the Hermetic Tarot. It came out of the Golden Dawn. And I was like, okay, just give me one more card for, what this is all about. I mean, the cards speak beautifully, right? But what this is all about, this split of the feminine, this severing of her, this development of the light, of the patriarchal, of this dominating force, and then this dance back to balance and remembrance and oneness. And the card that came out is the Ten of Cups, this full expression of the cups, of the water element, of that unconscious realm manifested into physicality in order to know thyself, right? Sophia wanted to know who she was, and so she manifested this entire experience and split the atom and whatnot, or split source. Okay, so this is from this book. This description book for this deck is kind of fucking lame, but I'm going to read it anyway. The Ten of Cups. In this deck, it's called Lord of Perfected Success, which is a very good omen for this lunation, in my opinion. A hand at the top of the card holds a cup sideways that pours water into the cup beneath it. A single lotus flower surmounts the top cup and is the source of all the water. All the cups are shown flowing. Above and below are the symbols of Mars and Pisces. This card represents the third decan of Pisces, ruled by Mars. Thus, Mars and Pisces, 20 degrees to 30 degrees. It says meanings represent a lasting success, generosity, kindness, happiness inspired from above. So you guys, this moon is so great in a million different ways, really giving us a lot of our power, really giving us a lot of potential to take aligned, fated, destined action, really giving us a lot of aid to grow and expand anything we set into motion at this time. This moon, in and of itself, beautifully aspected, lots of really cool things going on, including all three Liliths conjunct in opposition to it. But on top of that, we have this freaking comet that hasn't been here for 50,000 years coming through at the same time as an omen of change. But like, what kind of change? The powers that want to be have an idea of what they change they want, and they are currently manifesting it right now in Sweden all together. And us as a human collective that Aquarius represents, we as a human collective and as the individuals, which is represented by the trine to Mars and also the sextile to Jupiter in Aries, both of which represent the individual and the actions and the will of the individual. We have to take responsibility for our future as well. And right now is a beautiful, opportune time to envision it. So please, I beg of you, find some time over the next couple of days, the next 2 days, 3 days, to envision what it is that you would like to manifest for us as a human collective, you know, over the next several years or decades even. We have a lot of just primordial manifestation power sitting behind and fueling everything set into motion right now. All the planets are direct but Uranus, the ruler of Aquarius, which will go direct the next day. It's gonna be a quantum leap. The next 3 months, it's gonna push us so far forward. And then the 3 months that follow that is really gonna culminate whatever it is that is initiated right now. You will see culminate in the next 6 months. All right, guys, this is really long, and I didn't even cover all the stuff I wanted to cover. I had to cut a lot out. Oh my God, this moon is aspecting my chart like all over the place. Okay, when do we meet next? Let me go over here. All right, so today's the 19th. The moon is on the 21st. We meet next week for this rabbit hole video that I've been telling you guys is coming. It's going to be fucking long. It's going to be so long because I have so much stuff to cover because so much stuff has gone down. I'm going to have like a bajillion slides. We're going to talk about like all of the things that have gone down in the world stage over the past like couple of months. Plus, I have a feeling this next week is going to add a whole bunch more to the mix. So next week, we will meet on YouTube for that. And then on the 1st of February is our February forecast. We didn't have a January forecast. I'm going to release this on YouTube to kind of make up for that. But we'll have a February forecast on the 1st. All right, guys, thank you so much, and I will see you later. Bye.